Well, we don't know, but I tell you what,
Too soon to
one
say.
thing I want to find out is what the Christmas balls have to say. Yeah, everyone get up. On the camera over there are 3 balls. I want you to each choose a team, and that is going to be your team of choice to take the whole thing. And I'm curious who is going to be taking my favorite of Humble.
Are they coming to us?
How far are they coming?
It might be coming to you.
Oh, we'll get there. We'll get there.
There's one big ball and then 2
I'm going to
small
take
ones.
this. I'm going to take this one right here.
I'm going to take a small one as well.
Ah, he shocked me.
Yeah.
There's a lot of static going around today, I'm telling you.
I'm electrifying, I know. It's a spark between us.
Oh. You can't write it.
They've always
You can't
been my
write
guy.
it.
Same, I got
What
the end.
esports? What
Always been my guy.
esports?
Always been
He's
a humble
called
guy.
it.
Always.
Called it.
Always been a humble guy. Always.
I
Since
got
day one.
Vien.
Me and
I've
Ark.
got
It's always
his
been me and
vote.
Ark.
Foot.
So Vien, Kenny with Humble, Trav with Foot. Kenny, go down the line. Are you happy with what you've drawn?
I'm not upset, to say the least. I've been with Humble since day one. It's been me and Ark the whole way. New prediction masters incoming. Let's ride.
I'm pretty sure it was me who was with Humble since day one, actually.
Where are you now, buddy?
First show, mate.
Where are you now?
I am now
Where were you
firmly
yesterday?
with Foot Esports, mate.
Going back to yesterday's matchup, everyone voted for VN to win except for me.
I think you might be forgetting day one of the challenge season, mate. This guy said Humble were going to be a contender for it all.
My goats, my goats. Anyway, we digress. We must discuss yesterday, day one. Kenny, let's go down the line once again. How was it for you? Was there any team that really shone beyond your expectations?
I think in terms of the teams that I expected to be there, it's just been a season of chaos, right? Nothing would have shocked me. I did feel like Nouns was going to be a team that were going to show up. I actually thought Foot was going to be the team cut based on how they played yesterday, but sure enough, they squeezed by a lot of mistakes. I mean, and it was very egregious at times, very obvious. I know they know that. That is the maybe worst we've seen them play in a hot second, but throughout the end of this year, they have been phenomenal. Going into Worlds, I expected them to do big things, and I think they can certainly bounce back from that today. I think that's the bottom of the barrel. We'll see much better today.
Yeah, I mean, for my sake, I hope so, and for Foot's as well, because there's still a lot of cash to play for. You know, they might have finished their Brawl Stars championship season on a bit of a low, but it's a different competition. There's different vibes going into this one as well, and, you know, coming down from that low bracket in Season 3 as well, they were able to get all the way to the finals and contest for that first place as well. But from there, I mean, Humble and obviously VN Esports, they've been looking much, much better. We saw, you know, that exact match as the last game yesterday, and you know, obviously I think it's going to be a lot closer than that showed, but there you go as well. We can't ignore that. The Luki Trick show, a little double bank coming in, but yeah, no, I think it's going to be a very, very close day.
I think what we see time and time again is that the European region is just very close. There's a lot of great competitors, and it depends on the day, it depends on the current meta. Both Foot and Nouns have been going to World Finals. Humble and Vien just made it to LCQ, couldn't quite make it over the golden matches, over the golden ticket matches there. And now they are looking the strongest here. Nouns already out of the race for esports, down in the lower bracket, and it really seems like maybe this is the meta where Humble and VR are striving. Maybe they were just prepared better because they could use all of their time for just this tournament now, for just this day, the finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series.
And for me, you know, I get a lot of reminiscence of Season 3 Challenge Finals. You know, for me, Foot Esports are still that same team. For me, Humble are like the new Zeta division of this season, and for me, VN Esporting, a bit like the SK, perhaps. We'll have to see how that first matchup goes, but certainly for Foot Esports, they wanted to be that lower bracket in the last Challenge Finals, Kenny. They saw it as being an advantage that the team they were going to face was going to be a little bit tilted off the back of a defeat, and it made them go into the Grand Finals last time round. Hey, I mean, that's not a bad result.
I mean, they could do it again today as well. For me, we've been saying it, but I'd much rather have those 2 lives. But heck, if that's how Foot feels, maybe it can play to their advantage. I think whoever loses on that upper bracket, as long as they just don't go into it too tilted, as long as it's not a huge 3-0 deficit or something along those lines, I think they can still work it out and it's pretty even.
Yeah, no, I think the same. I think, you know, if it works for you, you know, going into it thinking it's an advantage being in the lower bracket and only having 1 life, then, you know, good for you. Make it work. But I'm with Kenny here. 2 lives is, I think, to most people, a lot more appealing than being in that lower bracket and having someone maybe a little bit tilted. And I think the only reason they are going to be tilted is if they're off the back of a 3-0 or something like that. So it is a little bit worrying for Foot Esports, I feel. And, you know, I'm going to, you know, stick with the Christmas bauble and, you know, stick with my prediction. But at the same time, I'm quite scared for them.
We ended on the Vien versus Humble game yesterday. Gonna start with that today. Gonna be a bit closer, I hope. Yesterday was a 3-0 sweep from the side of Humble. And now I'm really just excited to see who are gonna be our last 2 teams. Who is gonna be in the finals? Is it gonna be the same match once again? Are we gonna see this match 3 times in a row, basically? Or is it gonna be for the esports still coming out of the lower bracket?
based on how they played yesterday, I mean, it's hard to not see Humble and VN Esporting in this finals, but I don't want to talk ourselves out of FUT Esports too much. Again, the resume speaks for itself. They've been phenomenal all year long. Obviously, a couple opportunities for both Humble and VN Esporting, but a big thing too, we saw this yesterday. Humble 3-0ing, got to respect the win, right? But I do think you throw it out a little bit just based on maybe not revealing their full cards, their full draft setting. So today, I think both of these teams are going to bring their A game, especially wanting to take advantage of that upper bracket, get a lead going into the grand finals. And I think you're really going to start to see what these teams are made of today.
Yeah, that was my big reservation on that final matchup, was like, was Humble just doing what they've done all through this challenge finals and dominating, or were VN Esporting just not giving them everything out of their playbook? Because ultimately it wasn't going to affect the seeding. They're going to be playing each other regardless because of how the other score lines went. And, for me though, Humble are still the team to beat here, Trev.
Yeah, I do think so as well. I mean, I think it's probably VN not wanting to show their cards, to be honest with you, because they were looking much stronger than that all day long, and I was expecting that final game to be that 3-2 like we'd been seeing pretty much all day long as well. So it does surprise me that it was a 3-0. Do I think that's the scoreline we're going to see today? Absolutely not.
I kind of tend to agree here, Sonny. We'll take a look as well at the bracket for anyone that may have missed day one yesterday to revise how the matches will go down for the course of today.
Humble that won every single match of yesterday, and then VN won 2, so they're both still in the upper bracket. We called it. They have still 2 lives. Whoever loses that one falls down to the lower bracket is gonna go up against FUT Esports along the way, and whoever wins that one has to go into a small deficit finals. They will already have lost in a way one single set, so one set is already going towards the winner of the upper bracket, and then it's gonna be FUT Esports or whoever drops down that can still make it there as well.
So it's very important, Kenny, to stay in that upper bracket to make sure that you've got that little bit of an advantage, because one singular set doesn't sound like much, but it can make the world of difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in a best of 7 kind of setting as well, it's a very extended matchup. I mean, one set going to be making a huge difference. It's just some leeway you get in your back pocket. You much rather win out here in the upper than go down to the lower, come into the finals as a deficit, and really risk the tournament life itself too.
One set, Trav. It could be the difference. It could be the money maker of a difference. And who doesn't like money? Talk us through the prize. What's on the line today?
Yeah, you like quoting me there, don't you?
It's the best quote ever.
Who doesn't like money, let's be real. First place will be taking home $20,000. Second place, $10,000. Third, $6,000. Obviously, it was Nouns yesterday who will be sitting in that 4th place, taking home the $3,000. So, even if you do get knocked out, well, not instantly because we've got a game before it. If you get taken out in that first round of the lower bracket, you're still taking home $6,000. But we know all 3 of these teams are going to be striving for the 20.
Yeah, it really is all about that lion's share, Sonny, for sure. And of course, for Esports coming second last season, they're going to want to do a little bit better this time around and get that #1 spot. But I still feel like Humble are my favorite team. But VN Esporting are kind of like the underdogs here a little bit. They've been consistent all season long. They've been getting good results. They're just maybe not as flashy as some of the other teams, maybe not as historically, there for like players like FUT have been there for many, many a year. But VN Esporting could definitely come away with a win here.
I mean, as we talked about it yesterday, I'm just thrilled to see that every single time VN is getting pushed down, winning or losing the first set, losing the first game of a set itself, they start winning after that. They really take this as motivation, not as something that breaks their mental, which is a great thing to have whenever you play esports, whenever you play any single sports, actually. To not let you be pushed down by the first loss, but take it as a motivation. I think the secret of them, and also Humble, has also been the draft. We have seen some different brawlers even to World Finals. 8-Bit, they didn't show up at all, really. Kenny mentioned it was the top picked brawler. And now Humble just bringing out Maisie time and time again. Lu, a lot of tank counters. It seems to work out.
I've been saying, why is Macy not being necessarily banned? Maybe today will be that different day, but Charlie, I think just forget about her. We're not going to see her banned every time.
Is that a brawler?
Yeah, it's the new brawler that came actually into the game. It's just a bit on the strong side at the minute. Yeah. But in terms of the schedule, let's see what we've got lined up as our first match of the day. Of course, it's in the upper brackets. It's going to be Humble versus VN Esporting. Now, the loser of that match will not be out of the competition. They will find themselves go down to that lower bracket where FUT Esports already lies in wait. And the loser of that matchup will go home in that 3rd place position, Kenny.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough call either way. I mean, 6,000 versus 20,000, a big jump. And obviously, ending the year on a bang would be absolutely stupendous for all of these teams, especially teams that have all come so close along the way, whether it be World Finals, getting close to LCQ for a couple of these teams, FUT, barely missing the mark for day number 3 of the World Finals. This is an opportunity to finally hoist a trophy for all 3 of these teams, and I'm really excited to see what they can bring.
Well, Trevor, our first matchup, we're going to have to line it up right now. VN Esporting and Humble, 2 teams that made the LCQ of the BSC, but didn't didn't make it further than that, and this is their ultimate chance now to make good on their year, to come back with the goods and have their best performance and showing to date.
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot more than just winning the cash here as well, because it can mean if the rosters do choose to stick together, and I think, you know, if there's any rosters in Europe that might do just that, it might be these two, to be honest with you. So, you know, getting a good win under the, you know, in your bag is going to be very, very solid for both of these teams at this stage in the year. Obviously, the cash comes along with it as well, but I'm going to be siding with Humble in this one.
Well, the draft is already coming in. Sunny, Trav, head over to the casting desk, but give us your prediction thoughts along the way, and I'll chat to the big man over here backstage to find out what his thoughts are as well. But take it away, guys.
Well, that's a tough one, as we mentioned before. Humble has never lost against the Esports team within this series. It's been a 3-1 during this season and a 3-0 during yesterday's first day of the finals. So I kind of have to side with Humble, but I just pulled my Christmas ball. It says VN, so I'm
You're siding with VN.
3-2 VN. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking 3-2 Humble, at least here. We're going to be starting things off in safe zone, then set one of the upper bracket. It's going to be the 8-bit, the Charlie, and the Lou bands coming in from Humble, the Colette, Lou, and Piper from VN, and then the picks of Maisie, Meg, and Sandy for VN. On safe zone, Sandy? It's been a while since I've seen that, but Ruff's, Nanny, and Spike on the other side.
I saw the Sandy already when we walked over here, and I kind of shook my head over it. I don't know what they thought about. Yes, of course, it gives you the entry again. Whenever you have a Sandy super, you can easily open up a window for your teammates to get back into the mid, and mid control is everything on a map like Safe Zone. At the same time, you want to deal some damage to save. And with the Meg and the Maisie, they already don't have that much DPS in their hands. The Sandy isn't the best addition to that, in my opinion. Maybe they can make it work.
Yeah, it's going to have to be control for them, I feel, rather than just... Oh, it's, well, different map. It's going to be...
Makes sense, though.
It's going to be hard to remind. There you have it. Well, makes a bit more sense. The Meg going to be running through the mid, and obviously Sandy definitely has a bit of a better spot on this map than it does in the previous one. But Nanny shooting out some shots through the mid. Shouldn't be the most difficult of matchups to be able to get Rama out of his mech here.
Now I see the mech incoming there as well as the gem carry. We haven't seen that in a while. Has been one of the most picked mids for, I think, 2 metas ago, and now Rama tries to sneak that in again. Let's see how well it does against Luki on that Nanny, and that's something we've seen so often yesterday. Luki on the Nanny, Luki on the gem carrier role, and he does so well. Already 4 gems picked up by him. The Esports team still looking strong as well, like getting the takedown on to Philippe on the left-hand side. Rama taking out of Mecha, but it's still quite equal.
Yeah, nice stuff there from Buzzco to be able to get those shots on Felipe and get the kill. Power up being provided over to the Spike now to be able to try and win this Maisie matchup on the left. Luki using the peek, gets the kill, almost got stunned out there as well just before that happened, so great timing from the side of Luki. A little bit unfortunate there for Buzzco as well, but Cyclone has control of this right now, and without Rama and Mech, it's going to be difficult to re-establish themselves here.
Filippo struggled some against Mobius there on the left-hand side. We see him pop off yesterday, time again on that Spike, right? Bosco doesn't really have the favorable matchup there. Sandy into Ruffs is going to be a tough one simply because of the Nani peep also coming along his way, but also just because of the range takedown onto Rama. All gems have been falling. VN can't pick them up again. It's only Mobius still protecting them. Filippo pops a hypercharge. This is not looking great for VN. Humble picks up the countdown.
Yeah, used that speed to get these 5 gems out as well, but still a chance for VN Esports here. Another power being provided there. Luki's going to be the one grabbing it this time. Filippo throws that super to the left, but actually evades the shot. Good stuff coming in there from Mebius evading that, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough. 4 seconds on the clock, and these shots are not hitting Filippo. Luki in the peep. Going to have that shield around him as well, but no further shots do connect, and Humble managed to take the first game.
We are in Hard Rock Mine, not Safe Zone, but I can still say the same things here. We don't have that much DPS on the side of VN Esports, and it does seem to hurt them. They just can't take out any of the members of VN. I feel like none of them has fallen, or at least, no, Filippo has fallen once, but that's not enough to claim those gems in mid. With the takedown onto Rama there, most importantly, Humble had the chance to pick up the last few gems, pick up some of the side of VN Esports as well. And it seems like they're getting off the better start here once again. Rama already out of Mecha once more.
Yeah, Luki following up with some great shots as well. Peep now going to be coming through, and that's Rama going to be going down. Actually, the Peep didn't make any connection. Just going to break up a little bit of that bush as well. Make sure they don't have to rely on Cyclone to get all of the map broken up. And there's the Sandy going down as well. Meg now coming back through, but really not seeing too much of the map here. Got some good positioning from Mebius on that left-hand side, but Filippo just keeping Meg back and trying to stop the pinch beautifully.
We do see that Maisie pick up, proving its value once more, but it's still not enough. Maybe you're standing on the side of the opponents in the bushes, still Humble in the great lead here, still 3 gems ahead. And Mebius can do as much as he wants as long as Rama is still pushed back, as long as Bosco doesn't get a single. Sandy super gets pinched between Nani Peep after Nani Peep, and Cyclone there taken out once again. it doesn't really look like Esports can turn things around here.
Yeah, well, now coming forwards, maybe has tried to get some shots in there. Luki finding some connections on the left and through the mid as well. 6 gems and another 2 lay on their side in the mid. Buzzco's going to get super and absolutely obliterated by all 3 members of Humble. Pushing up now, and that's 9 gems for the count of Luki. Only 1 more needed, but Rama back in mech, and he's really going to have to use it. Well, not for long, apparently.
Yeah, he used it very well. Immediately taken out once again. Lost gem picked up by Luki there. Even evades the gadget shot from Bosco. Bosco it's taken out once again. Only 4 gems on the name of Esports. 10 seconds now to take Luki out and claim those gems back, but they're just falling like flies. Team wipe after team wipe from the side of Humble. They're continuing like they ended yesterday on a win over the first 10.
Well, I mean, the game's saying they win the set, but the overlay, I did see a best of 5 up there as well, so we'll get some confirmation whether that is that in just a second, but that is going to be Humble, at least for the game's sake, saying that it's going to be their set, so that should be 1-0 up for them and putting themselves in a good position once more to go ahead and sweep Esports just as yesterday. And if they carry on playing like they have done just there, I don't doubt that that's going to happen.
Very convincing stuff coming out of Humble already. We are in a best of 7 overall within the set. We need some confirmation now if maybe the players also just entered a best of 5 instead.
We'll see. We'll see in just a second. We'll linger on this. We'll get some confirmation for you guys as well. But Humble, playing absolutely out their minds there, I feel. They had some really great moments, to be honest with you. Because, you know, to be able to take down Esports in quite a convincing way like that. And I mean, yeah, I didn't really like that Esports comp that much, to be honest with you. I felt like the mech had a bit of a tough matchup through the mid against the Nanny, constantly just being taken out the mech, and didn't really last long when he was out of it either.
I talked about it. Meg was one of the best gem carriers for a little while. Ever since 8-Bit and Nani were kind of like the most picked up brawlers, Meg didn't really have a foot to stand on. And we see here why. Rama just can never stay long enough in his mech to actually get and collect some gems. On the other side, they did have some shining moments with Mebius on the left-hand side with that Maisie. So Maisie still coming in clutch here, but it still wasn't enough. Again, DPS was really missing here.
Yeah, we'll just confirm that was the set going Humble's way. So on their way to sweeping Esports once more. Little overlay error coming through, but really starting well for Humble. We'll take a look through these highlights because there really wasn't that many of them, to be honest with you. It was kind of just Humble just walking over VN over and over and over again. Peep after peep and shot after shot, just finding its way onto Rama. And that's the issue, you know, if the mids are not able to keep up, then the side lanes aren't really going to be either. But to be honest, you know, Mebius had some good moments. He managed to win against Filippo quite a few times, and it's quite difficult against something as consistent as a Spike.
But I still don't lose hope yet for Esports. After all, the bold have spoken. I am all for them. I did say it was a very close matchup incoming now, and Esports feels always very comfortable whenever they're one set down, which they are now. So if they not start winning now, it's going to be a bit dangerous for them, but I believe they can.
Well, you've been forced to believe they can. Let's be real, but at the same time, you know, I do believe that Esports have what it takes. If they just get a bit of a better draft, I think they can really make this happen. Over yesterday and over today as well throughout these sets, I feel like their drafts have just been that little bit weaker than the side of Humbles, which definitely gives them a huge advantage heading on into the map. And obviously after that as well, it kind of just makes it easier to just win all these lanes, win the mid if you have that better composition. And you know, I firmly believe that that's just something that Humble are doing really well.
Dueling Beetles is going to be our next map now. Do you believe we're going to see some more Spike, Lou, Maisie action, or are those hypercharged brawlers out of the way altogether this time around?
I mean, depending on who we're talking about, I really don't want to see Lou, to be honest with you, because I absolutely despise that, especially on Dueling Beetles as well. Just purely because it just takes up the whole map, and you know, you can get 2 people so easily in it. The choke points aren't really, there's quite a few choke points as well, 3 choke points on the entire map of Dueling Beetles. So it does make me worry a little bit that that might slip through, but I also think at the same time, it's kind of a bit like Charlie. It's just that definitive ban that everybody needs.
I mean, it was, after all, the most banned brawler after Charlie, also at World Finals yesterday. I do believe we saw a lot of also tankier bans, simply because we have Esports playing, we have VN playing, 2 teams that love to play an aggressive play style. And it makes a lot of sense to ban out even a Rosa on Dueling Beetles. Wouldn't you agree, Center Spike?
You're looking good, I must admit. When we get in this skin in game, I mean, that might be one of the most poor-looking Santa sacks I've ever seen. What is this?
That's probably yours. It's just coal.
It's just coal. Coal for me. That's what it is. But you know, thanks for the input, Spike. We really enjoyed it. You know, putting some presents by the fire in the stockings. Is that what we're doing right now?
Probably. Well, Spike, definitely also one of those brawlers we're going to see in Dueling Beetles, one of the best brawlers simply for the area control that he offers. If Lou is going to bend out once again, which wouldn't be any surprise, I do believe he would be one of the best brawlers. So you got to get going, bro. You need to play very soon.
Maybe, might be banned out. He's had a good time in that first set, though. Goodbye, Spike. Thank you for the presents. Appreciate that a lot. But he had some good gameplay in that first set, obviously, as well. Just coming straight out of that first set, straight to the studio, and possibly straight back to the game.
I do believe Humble has everything what it takes to make it to the finals and then maybe even win that one. Ark believes so as well. You pulled foot, so maybe you have something to say against that. But yeah, VN, again, it's their comfort situation now. They need to win this second set and then they're on the roll like they are usually. At the same time, this first set looked very convincing. It didn't really look like they can come back. Usually what we discussed yesterday with Kenny, this half-time adjustments that they do so well, they couldn't really bring out at all this time around. They didn't even switch lanes. They didn't try anything new. And this is something we're not usually seeing coming from VN Esporting.
Yeah, and I mean, at the same time as well, Humble might just be their kryptonite because obviously they won the first set yesterday and managed to just go ahead and just completely walk over them once more and just sweep that one out. So Humble, they're definitely looking pretty solid there as well. I will say so. A little bit worried for VN Esporting. I did say that I think coming into this one, Humble seemed like the favourites, and I think a lot of other people will have thought that as well. You know, not just out of this, but the entire competition. VN Esporting just don't really seem to have that same energy that they had throughout the challenge season. I think they ended on a 5-2, Humble 4-3, so they did finish higher than them through the challenge season, but at the moment, VN just don't really seem like themselves, I feel. Yeah,
I kind of have to agree with you on that one. I mean, it wasn't their draft either. I would have loved to see something like a Gene against the Nani, something like an 8-bit that can just evade those P-pads a little bit better. Meg just got pushed out of Mecha time and time again. Rama, I was just feeling miserable for him because he couldn't do much more. And then Sandy also not the best of picks if you go against some long-range bowlers. He didn't get a single super those 2 games we witnessed. It was a really tough job he had to do there, and he did a good job. I still believe Bosco was the best addition to the team that they could have done. After all, they made it all the way to the finals, pushing out now Esports that looked so great at the start of the season. But yeah, in the end, Humble never lost against them, and this just might be another day for them, another usual daily business day of winning against everyone.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. You know, if it is down to the draft, which I do agree it kind of was, they made the bet. They've got a lie in it. That's part of the game as well. The draft is such a hefty part of the Brawl Stars esports kind of sphere. And I think if you've done a bad draft, then it's completely on you as much as the bad gameplay is really. So I feel like VN Esporting really need to up the game, really need to get a better draft. But I feel like that's something that Humble are just doing so well at the moment as well. Pretty similar to Foot Esports. Humble have recently, been taking a few risks, same as VN Esporting, but Humble's risks seem to pay off that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really go with a risky pick here. I feel like we saw Luki popping off on that Nani time and time again. Cyclone, one of the best roughs. And then Filippo and Spike, we talked about him, or I showed him on the telestrator. He had some pop-off moments, knows exactly how to time his hypercharge, which is still quite a new function in the game. So good for him that he already figured that out that greatly. We, by the way, heard that the new lobby is setting up now, so we're going to be ready any second. Stay tuned. And yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit more about what you just said about the draft being a very big part. That's always a huge discussion. If I have to put a number on it, I'd say 70% is the draft alone already. You can still win it, but in 7 out of 10 games, you're going to lose if you have the worst draft. Other things that are very important, of course, team communication, team chemistry, which both of those teams surely have. They have been playing for a while together now. Even Bosco have been playing with VN for the whole duration of the season, as well as Filippo getting used to his teammates there in Humble. And the last part is mechanics. And I don't know, I don't see a single player here that doesn't shine with mechanics and have their best moments.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If you don't have the draft, you've got to have the mechanics to make up for it. And yes, if you're a miles better team, then you can win, even when that draft is kind of against you. But at the same time, I don't think either of these teams are really that much better than the other. VN and Humble, 2 extremely similar teams in terms of, gameplay, mechanics, that kind of thing as well. And obviously, they've kind of been playing together as a team for a similar amount of time as well. Filippo kind of subbing in at about the same time as Buzzco, or maybe just a little bit before. But they've had a similar adjustment period as well, and I do feel like it's, a very 50-50 match.
We're gonna skip here directly into the third game. It is actually a best of 7 overall, a best of 5 within 1 set. So even though Humble already won the first 2 ones, we have the same draft going once again. And we're gonna see if VN still can bring back this set. So it hasn't been a set win just yet.
Well, getting back into it then, we'll see if Humble are able to close this one out. Rama now coming through, super in hand as well, got that swing ready to go, and they've actually got a lot more control than they had even throughout the entirety of the 2 games before this, and some good pressure from Busco, and it was a little bit of a lane swap.
I love to see that. Was just about to mention it as well. Finally, the Esports team is doing what they are so good at, adapting and putting that Sandy on despite the favorable matchup there, definitely. Then into that Ruffs. I love to see that, and it seems to work out as well. Busco finally taking that out there on the left-hand side. Still gave his teammates some time to pick up a whopping 8 gems already.
Yeah, but now that kind of has been pushed back and stop the idea in entirety, and cycling down this right-hand side, some good pressure, and Lukey using the super, peep over to the left-hand side to pick up Busco, and now pinned quite heavily back in spawn. Maisie Super's going to have to use perfectly here, maybe even get a double connection if they want to push out of this really tough position.
Humble does that so well, pinching together with the Nani head. Didn't see that in a while, but they are doing it over and over again and getting those kills left and right. Rama once again one shot before he gets taken out of mech. Dodges the incoming peep from Lukey. Lukey gets pushed out of his super by Mebius. Great engage there, and still VN pushed back into spawn as Busco and Mebius will fall there. Slowly, Humble is catching up there. 6 to 8 gems now.
Yeah, well, there you have it. Rama now being pretty much pushed back to the same spot. Mebius did use a really nice super, but got cleaned up by Cyclone just before. Rama now coming forward, swings. The life plant is what he hits, though, and Filippo gets a bit of a heal boost off the back of it. Peep going to be tanked there, but really not doing too much for the side of Esports other than just sending him straight back to spawn, and what a comeback this has been for the side of Humble. Need one more, though, to stop VN from being able to even this out from the mid, and VN need to make a move very soon as Lukey gets it on his side.
VN still sitting on the same 8 gems they have been for about 1 minute. Rama pushed out of mech there. Mebius, the last man, really standing healthy. Busco coming out of spawn, but with only 2 seconds, he can't close the gap between himself and Lukey. Humble, after all, takes this first set in a 3-0 sweep, pretty much. Very well played. We talked about it, the 3 most important things. Draft on the side of Humble this time around. Team chemistry, team mechanics. Overall, I have to say, I have not seen those crazy pinches coming out of Humble even yesterday. They're even better today. And then at last, mechanics, which I do feel like we see some great stuff from both sides. I
mean, Humble just dominating again. VN had a much better start this time. As you can see, they had 8 gems in hand when Humble had about 2. But after that, it was all Humble. They just really, knuckled down, played as a team, established that control once more, and we didn't really see VN coming out of spawn at all after that until Humble kind of let them to be able to retreat back to their spawn. So definitely a bit worrying for VN Esports, 3 consecutive games of Humble domination. But, I still have that little bit of faith, a shred of faith that they'll be able to bring it back.
I do as well. VN looked great, especially at the start of this game that we just witnessed. Busco just rushing up on the left-hand side, winning his lane very quickly against Filippo and giving Rama enough time to pick up a whopping 8 gems after all. Then kind of a pushback there. It's just the great pinches between Nani Peep, Nani shots, and whoever lane has to be focused on. Lukey doing a great job as a mid overall. Great communication with his teammates. He always knows exactly who to help out and when exactly. And yeah, with that, they push back VN in few seconds and never let them come back into mid.
Yeah, I mean, definitely worrying for VN Esports. They made the lane swaps off the start, and that's what really worked for them. But when Humble made the readjustments once more, VN couldn't really do anything about it. Once you get locked in the spawn against the Nanny, who's going to be just beaming down that one choke point that the Mega was usually coming through, wasn't trying to play down one of the sides along with one of his teammates to push that out and kind of bounce off the back of it. It just seems like VN's kind of team play just a bit of an all-time low, and Humble's is definitely thriving a lot more.
But as we said, we won't lose hope just yet for VN. Humble might as well take this one once again in a 3-1 or 3-0 like they did in this season and yesterday against VN. But yesterday was also the last match. We did see some funny combinations coming out of VN, picking up that Mortis in the last set and just having some fun with it because you don't want to show everything you have up your sleeves just yet. Today, it counts. Today, VN needs to get this win to still keep their 2 lives. Otherwise, Humble is going to wait in the finals for either Foot or VN to play for the 3rd time in a row against VN. I guess they don't have any other opponents anymore, or against Foot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, Foot Esports are waiting in that lower bracket. They're obviously watching on as well, seeing how teams are playing, and if this is the VN that drops down, then they're going to be feeling pretty confident about that lower bracket game, so they've got to up what they're doing and get back into this one against Humble. Bans coming in for Duel and Beatles, then it's the Squeak, the Barley, and the Cordelius, the Lou, the Charlie, and the Maisie for the side of VN Esporting. First pick should be coming in shortly.
First pick surely is going to be on the side of Humble there. The 3 best hypercharged brawlers, in my opinion, banned out. Spike still open. Might as well see him here. We talked about it before. Jessie is going to be the first pick, though, for the side of Humble. That's a bit of a surprising one. Yes, she's decent on Dueling Beetles, but does she have enough hypercharge charge every time she hits a shot to actually be worth it to be picked up as first?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that's a first pick for me, to be honest with you. Jessie, maybe a bit later on down the line, it has been viable on this map before, but as a first pick, not 100% convinced about it. We'll obviously be back over to VN Esporting for their follow-up 2 picks, and if you get 2 picks into a Jessie, you're going to be feeling pretty confident about how the game's going, all in all, before you even go into it. It's going to be the Bell bouncing off the Jessie and obviously the turret as well, and usually teams are quite clumped up on a map like Dueling Beetles, trying to focus down in this mid, obviously one choke point, or one checkpoint, I should say, one hot zone in the middle of the map. So I quite like this Bell pick, and obviously a bit of range down some of the sides as well.
Bell is also one of those brawlers we see on this map most often, together with Pam, Spike, maybe even a Stu to break up the map there, a little tiny bit Sprout to block off your opponents, and Barley. Those are probably the most picked brawlers ever on this map. Now we have the hypercharge brawlers coming in as well, 3 banned out. Spike and Colette and Jessie are still open. 2 of them are already picked. I still just wait for that Spike to be picked up here. Would also be a great counter to the Colette, in my opinion. You have the life plant that saves you from those incoming shots, especially when she herself triggers her healing gadget. So I do like the comp from VN here. They have a lot of damage output, which is what they were missing in the previous set.
And I mean, with Barley banned out of the way, it can make Spike that little bit better as well. Same with the Jessie can place that turret behind the wall and really not have that many issues with it. The B's going to come in, a bit more range, and obviously quite good against tanks as well, if that's what VN go for with their last pick. Might have been the reason why they picked Colette as well, just kind of deter Humble from going something a bit more aggressive. You know, we've seen multiple aggressive walls in a map like this. You know, Buster's been played, you know, Jackie's been played before as well. Rosa through the mid as well can be really dangerous. So I like that kind of preemptive pick from VN Esporting to deter it, but now Humble doing the exact same thing pretty much.
Beach is also quite good now. More usage of the Rattle Hive gadget coming in now, especially now playing against the Bell. It makes more sense than the Honeypot. It would just bounce between yourself and this gadget. And then Stu, like I mentioned, to open up the map makes especially sense now that they have 2 long-range brawlers, that they have the B that will gonna have a pop-off as soon as the map is broken up a bit more.
Well, we'll see how that does play out. I do quite like that Stu. Obviously a bit more mobility to be able to evade some of these Bell shots, get in the face. The same with the Colette as well. And you know, breakthrough, speed zone, whatever you want to bring, it can be decent. But Mr. P making a return, then coming in for VN Esporting this time. I think it was it Humble who played it yesterday? In Bell's Rock, I think it was. So we're actually going to see VN Esporting pick this one up as, you know, Humble showed them how to do it in yesterday's game.
Trying to feed them their own medicine now. Mr. P, they win yesterday. So far, 100% win rate. Only got picked up once. I still don't believe that this brawler is really rightfully in the current meta. Picked up so little, and still it works out. Stamina picked him up so often at World Finals, and now let's see if it's going to bring any luck for the end. They need to take this set. It's a best of 5 overall here in this very first round. But yeah, they need to make it count.
Well, into the game now. Speed zone's going to be coming down for Filippo. Gives them a little bit of boost off spawn. And Jessie versus Mr. P through the mid should be kind of favouring Lukian, especially when those porters come down. The bounces off them can be really, really nice. But B over the right-hand side is going to struggle. And when those porters do come in, single projectile ball, they're not going to have the most fun against it. But Filippo rotating to this mid now and allowing Luki down the left.
Flipper doing a great job in mid, not feeding Rama. Only 2 shots hit for now. Rama still far away from his first P porter. Bosco now getting pinched between Cyclone and Filippo. They're still collecting some percentages and not letting themselves getting pushed out of that mid. Great dodge coming in from Filippo. He survives that interaction, gets the takedown onto Bosco. Now he is against Rama, and once again he at least makes him low, so Rama can't push in again. Rama now with Mr. P Porter. Let's see if it's going to help VN to come back in.
I don't know, Filippo's just different, honestly, at the moment. He's playing so well. Slow coming in from Cyclone as well. Honeypot to be able to tank that too. Filippo going aggressive towards Buzzco, might use this gotcha gadget to try to stay alive, but Filippo's just going to run away, let him burn that down and not give him that many heals. Now this porter coming through, and Cyclone does have to use one of his charge shots onto that. Places the Honeypot to tank some of these shots as well coming in from Mebius, but now they should start to be pushed back. 3v2 and Porter's assistant as well, but might be too little too late.
Flipper doing a lot of work here, gets another takedown. Cyclone sweeps Mebius off his feet as well, only 9% more, and Humble would already win this first game. Bosco, the last man standing, they're doing a great job at staying alive, but VN needs to make every single second count now. They need every percent it can get, and cannot let Humble put in one of their feet in the zone ever again, but this is not going to happen this time around. Humble picks up the first game once again, and I just love to see that I said Rattle Hive probably the better choice here. Breaking the map up with Stu when you have a B yourself makes a lot of sense, and they
opposite.
they played the complete opposite. I love to see that. I still want to learn, you know.
But hey, it worked, and you know, if Humble can make that work, then you know, all the best for them. Filippo played that absolutely phenomenally, and in my man of the match already, the MVP of this Humble roster so far, playing down this mid once more. They're moving Bell there, try to give him a bit of a range advantage, but Filippo just getting these supers over and over might be able to kind of still have a bit of a say in that lane.
I'm still puzzled by the choice from Filippo there. Opening up the map against the Mr. P especially makes a lot of sense to me, but okay, they make it work somehow. Still with a 20% lead already now, Humble staying very fierce in that mid. Bosco trying to push one from the side. Luka doing a great job and not feeding Rama. They just don't want any of those porters in their face anytime soon. Rama has a tough time getting those. Humble picking up some more percentages along the way, but VN is coming back now with the takedown of Mebius, though. This is immediately shot down once again.
Yeah, well, he does trip that nesting as well. Turret going to be placed behind, and Rama should be falling shortly as well. Luki's just going to commit to it. Actually doesn't even get the kill, but Filippo cleaning up on the left-hand side and through the mid. Porters once more returning, but Turret should be able to quickly deal with that, use that gadget to be able to 1v1 it, and the Jesse obviously not there to energize it back up and give it some HP. But back over this right-hand side now, and the left-hand side is being dominated once more by Filippo, but might be caught off guard by Busco's gotcha gadget. Speed zone placed, and he does survive, retreats into the arms of his teammates, and it's already 75% to 15, similar story to the last one.
Cyclone tapping, making his 1v1 practice work out really well here. Rama, the last man standing from VN Esporting. Humble trying to go back in here, but it doesn't really look like they can. Hypercharge pop from Bosco, but it's way too late for VN to turn things around here. Humble gonna pick up the second game here in a row. They need 3, and they would already be 2-0 up here in sets as well.
I mean, VN need to wake up because this is just all Humble. First set, all Humble. First 2 games of this one, all Humble, and this is just not looking good for them whatsoever. Complete dominance, and I don't think they've even got like a collective 40% across both of those games, and Humble just walking over them time and time again. Speed zone placed once more, gives them a bit of a hurry to the zone and double down the mid this time. Not going to be the best against the Jesse, though. Some of those bounce shots can be pretty dangerous for you.
Especially now, in my opinion, draft pretty equalized. Just disagree a tiny little bit with Mr. P. It's really just Humble popping off completely, having those interactions there. Filippo once again gets a double kill. Bosco, the last man standing. Mechanically, Humble is popping off right now, getting the pinches right as well. And again, they're in the lead here with 30%.
Is it too late to rip up my piece of paper and support Humble throughout this competition? Because this is just beautiful to watch. Filippo evading some shots as well, eventually brought down, but now Cyclone and Luki should be able to overtake this zone once more. With a super and a gadget from Buzzco here is available. Does kind of half hit his super. The gotcha gadget finds a connection around that left-hand side, makes its way around the right of that honeypot. And now, VN Esporting, more percent on this than pretty much any of the other games already.
VN is coming back though. They slowly get some percentages themselves now. Hypercharge ready for Bosco this time around. A lot earlier. Rama can't be far away from his first super as well. Second already. The first is already standing there, giving some trouble to Cyclone Filippo there. Humble still in the lead, but it's slowly shrinking. VN popped Hypercharge now from the side of Bosco, trying to go in on the right-hand side lane. His teammates claim the mid here. Rama versus Filippo. The Mr. P Porter helping Rama out there along the way. And it looks like VN finally woke up.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cyclone's Honeycoat helped him in that matchup against Buzzco on the right-hand side and doing a good job of it now as well. Obviously has a bit of a range advantage, so he shouldn't really be losing this, but Porter's coming through the mid, really helping Rama here against his Filippo matchup. Slow there onto Buzzco, though. Follow-up shots from Cyclone, dashes from Filippo, getting some heals, but it's just not enough. Burning down now is Rama, and Cyclone finds a shot around him, but tanking of these Porters is just too much for them to handle, but he's still finding the kills. Beautiful from Cyclone. Turret established, too, to be able to kind of 50-50 deal with these Porters, and they're back on the spot.
What a great interaction there. Cyclone surviving that, just barely making it count there. Filippo again in the position to collect some more percentages. Has to dodge out now as himself and Luki both one shot. Cyclone falling on the right-hand side. VN again pushing back here. Bosco with another hypercharge. This guy is just cycling his supers.
You know, Filippo going aggressive now alone, and that's not really the best of times to do it. Cyclone now the only one to really be able to make a difference in this game, and VN Esporting do take the lead, but still a chance coming back in as no slowdown. Beautiful from him, gets Mebius off the zone, and now Humble back on it themselves, take the lead once more. Bosco falls, and set 2 is all Humble.
In the last chance possible, Humble fights back once again. VN finally taking over the lead for the very first time this set. But it still was enough. 4% was all that was still missing for the side of VN. Humble makes it count, sticks the landing. It's another 3-0 sweep from their side.
Well, a bit unfortunate then for the side of VN Esports, but at the same time, just Humble playing it brilliantly. And this is 6 games straight they've managed to dominate now. And this one, yes, was closer than the previous 2, but the other 2 have just, convinced me so much that Humble are going to be able to take this one in a quick 2-0. And, this kind of bounce back from VN Esports that we expect after the first set just hasn't happened. And now, kind of, Mize, maybe a bit too little too late.
And now Humble just really needs to be careful to not get too overconfident here, to not make this a lost set not count. They could win this one in a 3-0 now and would move on into the finals with a pretty straight walk ahead. VN, they did seem like they finally woke up in the 3rd game here. Can they repeat what they just did also on the next map? It's going to be Shooting Star. Is that a map that favors them maybe a bit more?
I'm not sure. I feel like it's maybe a bit of a 50-50, to be honest with you. Yeah, again, like I feel the majority of these games in general, Humble versus VN should be 50-50. But even when VN wake up, they're still losing the game. They still haven't won one. They haven't brought one back to their side. A game, never mind a set. So, if that's the best VN have got to offer and that's the best they can do after being dominated this time and time and time again by Humble, then I'm really not feeling too confident about their Shooting Star, and I think this is going Humble's way.
I do like to see though VN going back to picking comfort picks over meta ones. Maybe Carl is going to be their secret to the win. We're going to have Tick still open, one of the best 3 brawlers on the map, but of course Humble is going to go with the Mag pick. Now kind of copying VN, what they showed us in Hard Rock Mine, going with the Bell once again. I do like those 2 brawlers. Not really the greatest of synergies. Usually we see a Byron or something together with the Mag to keep her in the mecha, but Bell overall just one of the best brawlers, especially now that so many other long-ranged options are banned out.
Yeah, well, I like this Carl as a first pick, I will say. Flying hook towards that blue star, get some control, have some aggression as well. Obviously, the return picks of the Meg and the Bell. Bit of range on the Bell, but Meg definitely more of those aggressive brawls. And I'm getting convinced by it more day in, day out. But at the same time, VN Esporting kind of rebounded my thought process from when they played it in Harder at Mine and got absolutely dominated. But for them, Nani is banned out, so it should be that bit better. Eve going to be coming in next from VN Esports, and then Baby spawning, but still not really got the range to match the Bell so far.
I do like both picks separately, but not in the same comp, honestly. They don't have the range to deal with the Bell. They don't have the damage output to deal with the Mech so far, in my opinion. Yes, we did see Mebius popping off time and time again yesterday on that card pick, and he can do a lot, even against the Mech, as long as he has super. But as soon as he's going to be marked up, it's going to be even tougher. Now, Bonnie coming out. I am really twisted on this draft right now. I would not go in any world with the draft of VN Esporting. If anyone can make it work, they're the ones that always like to play Carl, and they do it for a reason. It works out well in their hands. But in this draft overall, they're just going to feed Mecha pretty fast again whenever they want to go in aggressively. At the same time, they have so much comeback potential with their comp, getting those kills in the last second with the Bonnie jump and the Carl.
Yeah, I mean, they really do, but max speed is going to be available for Humble, and we saw it was, I think, Foot playing this exact comp yesterday, and they managed to get that clutch kind of turnaround in the closing seconds. I liked how it played, to be honest with you. I do prefer the Humble comp just that little bit more. Yes, VN, they have some turnaround capability. They can have that, but if you're going to jump in on a Meg, you're going to need a lot of damage along with it as well. And yeah, Carl, protective pirouette, Bonnie jump can do that, but with a bit of damage coming in from Mech, it should just be traded out pretty fast.
I think Foot did lose that set after all against Nanzi Esports, despite having this comp. Now let's see if Humble can make it work better. Already pushing VN back all the way into spawn. VN, of course, gets the blue star thanks to flying hook on Mebius there. Okay, trying to go in aggressively quite low, and still he goes in alone, falling, giving an even greater lead now to VN.
Yeah, Filippo gets clipped up on the left-hand side as well, falling quite low and has to kind of retreat and heal. He has some nest eggs on the floor. Mark going to come forwards and get it perfectly onto Buzzco there. Shouldn't be too much of a difficult matchup for him. Follow-up shot as well brings him low once more. The Cyclone has provided Mebius with his super now and has to be a bit cautious about how he approaches this. Speed going to be provided, but Filippo kind of walks away from it here. Mebius going to come in aggressively on Luke. He wants to dash away and kind of bring him into the arms of Filippo. Cyclone gets a kill on the right-hand side as well. Nice stuff from Humble and a good turnaround.
Great cleanup here. Humble in the lead now. Also the blue star switched sides. Rama without the super, Mebius without his as well. Both just used up, and to know really do not get really a lot of value from it either. Now it's the turn of Humble to get pushed back all the way into spawn. Some great pinches coming in here. Cyclone going back into mech. Rama, one shot gets taken out, as well as Mebius. Again, it's only the Eve still standing.
It was the double nest egg there from Filippo that got them both slowed at the exact same time behind that wall. Luki's got a super here now as well. Obviously, the mark did go away from Busco, so might need to replace that if he wants to continue dominating this lane. But speed ready to roll once more from Luki as well. Can provide a Cyclone, Filippo, whoever he really wants to go with, but might want to use it defensively when, you know, Mebius comes a bit aggressive with this flying hook. Baby's coming in and a lot of ammo is going to be used up on that. Even one of these nest eggs as well, but Mebius quite low. Cyclone gets a nice little swing onto it, but falls low himself. Has to back off. Jump comes in from Rama, gets a nice play, but the face shift straight through it from Luki. Nice stuff, but a little flying hook and a super still available from Mebius going in, but just not quite enough. Once more, Humble coming out on top.
VN, instead of going in all together, Rama tries first, then Mebius following, going in one by one, falling like flies once again. Humble just continuing where they left off, winning this first game. I wouldn't say with ease this time around. VN did fight back quite a bit. At the same time, they just did so many mistakes, so many unnecessary, over-aggressive attacks that weren't really necessary.
Yeah, I mean, Humble, when they did flip the lead, they went in and had no casualties somehow. You kind of expect them to be traded out at least one, maybe even two in that kind of circumstance. But that nest egg, the double nest egg, helped them out massively to be able to get Mebius out of that aggressive position. Once more, Blue Star goes the way of VN Esporting. Flying Hook is obviously going to provide that to them. But from this point onwards, it was all Humble in the last game. We need to see if VN can put up a bit more of a fight in this next.
Kind of history repeating itself here. Humble closing in on VN Esporting, pushing them back into spawn. VN with the Blue Star, though, they can still just try to get their supers. Rama has his already and wait for Humble to aggress themselves. Now Cyclone and Luki both with super sped up. Cyclone rushing onto Busco, falls out of Mecha, almost still picks up the kill on Busco. Doesn't happen in the end. Mebius himself picks up another kill there. Filippo and Cyclone, the last man standing there. Luki coming back now from spawn. Cyclone without Mecha wasn't the greatest of attempts here from Humble.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, he did survive on the right-hand side there, Mebius, but he did use up that super, which I'm sure Humble won't be too sad about. Cyclone now searching for another super and needs to get it if they're able to get anything out of this one here. Luki going to be falling really low and has to back off. Filippo finding some connections, not going to get it down though, sadly for him. Mark comes through, but he's going to fall straight afterwards, and the lead is extended for VN.
VN is playing this really passively, but it does seem to work out. They just don't over-aggress this time around. Both the Carl and the Bonnie have super now, but they don't risk it. They have the lead. They can just wait for Humble to close in on them once again. Not feeding Cyclone for the last minute. Great job at that as well. Finally, Cyclone gets the last jump, but he's immediately low once again. Almost getting taken out of Mecha immediately. Rama falls, but Cyclone one shot. They still don't catch up. 2 kills, and VN still in the lead.
Yeah, overshot the jump a little bit there, and a marked up Mebius on the right-hand side. It's going to be the prime target. 4 stars, but anyone on VN Esporting will do for the side of Humble to make it match point. Starting to close in, but Cyclone no super just yet. Might be the one they will choose to bait out, and now he gets it. That's not looking good for VN Esporting. Starting to go in now. They get one. Maybe he's going to try and trade it out, but they're going to retreat straight to this right side. Luki low, but the phase shift away keeps him alive. And Humble, match point up next.
I got goosebumps all over once again. Humble really showing us the best of Brawl Stars today in this final match. In the upper bracket at least, they can make it into the finals. They have match point. If they only win one more round of Shooting Star, they're going to be first to just wait for their opponents.
Yeah, well, this will not only put them straight to the finals, but give them an advantage in it as well. Pinch coming in now. Maybe it's chooses to stay a bit more aggressive this time, rather than retreating. And an early gadget for Armor tanked out by the toolbox of Cyclone. So nice defensive work from him.
Philip on the left-hand side once again in that 1v1 against Busco. Not really much happening there on the right-hand side. We just witness how Luki gets a super. Mebius and Rama both trying to pick up theirs. Rama falls quite low there already. Still trying to aggress here, still trying to get some use out of his gadget. It just popped. He does have a super now. Falls very low, so does Luki. 160 HP. He survives though. Rama doesn't. Humble only needs one more kill. They get it now. Busco falls. Cyclone and Rama as well. The lead is with Humble. The Blue Star still on the end though.
Yeah, nice refrags from Humble. Every time someone went down, they kind of got another one to compensate for it. And the nest egg in the mid is going to be quite useful. Same with these 2 on the left-hand side, and kind of mid from Filippo as well to defend off this aggression, I should say. But Cyclone just holding the right-hand side against Bonnie here. Still got some toolboxes in hand if Rama chooses to come forwards, but he's not finding any shots, and therefore no supers along with it as well. Nest egg in the mid there as well. Maybe he should be getting pitched in, but Flying Hook away. And that's another gadget wasted.
Mebius and Roma both low once again. Humble closing in on them. They are in the lead and they still decide to attack. VN can't really get out of the situation. They have 40 seconds to still make it count, to still not drop into the lower bracket. Not a single game picked up along the way. Can they finally get one? Mebius with the super ready. Roma close to get his as well. 30 seconds now, Trev.
Yeah, well, this could be the potential 9-0 from Humble to kick off the day, and that puts some fear in the enemies of going to be in the finals against them. Super now ready for Luki. Filippo has more of the same, and Cyclone exact thing on the right-hand side. Aggression needed. Super available, but there is a flying hook there too. Nest eggs lay on the floor, and some bounces between Mebius and Rama will reset their heals. Now the speed, 7 seconds, and they're choosing to the last second to try and go in. Through comes Mebius. A lot of Super's going to shots going to be wasted. Cyclone falls low. Luki might be able to get one, and nobody from Humble goes down. VN Esports can't even find one kill or one game in the game through here against Humble. Disappointing stuff for them. But Humble, really dangerous heading on into these finals.
We saw 9 games played out, 9 games taken by Humble. 3-0 sweep once again. If VN struggles that much against Humble, how will Foot do? Kenny, what are your thoughts?
Well, I'm glad I picked them out of the Christmas ball. I'm feeling pretty good about my predictions right now, fellers. Feeling pretty good. Not what I expected, though. Actually unbelievable. Yesterday, we were talking about how this was the final match. It didn't determine seeding. Maybe they would hold back a little bit, but it was the same exact result. Humble have started today with a little bit of an exclamation mark. And you know what? Foot might have been right. Maybe this is the tilting loss they needed to get themselves into the next one after seeing VN fall like this.
And can we just remind ourselves that this is the team which came into the Challenge Finals on a 4-3. Every other team came in at a 5-2. I mean, they were behind for all intents and purposes despite having a really promising season. And that wasn't just convincing. That was just a dominant victory. I mean, VN Esports didn't even get a single game, mate.
I mean, I don't know what to say about it. I don't know what to say, because that was just embarrassing, really, for the side of VN Esports. Bracket update then, 3-0 as VN Esports fall down to the lower bracket, ready to play against Foot Esports. And obviously, as you can see in the finals, they're still already 1-0 in the finals. Humble going to be waiting, and obviously waiting for their final opponent throughout whoever wins in this next game.
Certainly, we saw it in Season 3's Challenge Finals. Foot Esports felt that the lower bracket was for them an advantage. I mean, if VN Esports are going down into that lower bracket feeling anything other than tilted right now, I mean, I don't know. I mean, how can you be feeling good about that performance?
I mean, I feel like at this point I mentioned it too often, but I'm still going to say it. It's also what VN Esports loves. They take it as a motivation. Foot Esports isn't going to have an easy matchup. I don't think they're too tilted right now. They need to pull themselves together to get a third and last chance to finally win against Humble.
Well, our next matchup will be the lower bracket match between Foot Esports and now, of course, with then VN Esports joining them. Let's see who is going to be in our grand finals right after a very short break.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. We are one game in to our challenge finals. The next game will determine which of our 3 teams that are remaining in the competition, Sonny, will be exiting at that stage.
Yeah, I mean, after this match, I feel like we already know who's going to win it all, but we're not going to say it. You can figure that out for yourself. VN and FUT Esports now still have the chance to make it into the finals. Both of them have struggled before against Humble, that is still waiting in the finals. Both of them want revenge. So I really feel like they're going to pull themselves together one last time. It's the last show of the year after all. Come on, guys. You have what it takes.
Kenny, I mean, FUT Esports yesterday, not the best of days for them. Let's be honest, they kind of scaved their way through. Really, it came down to that matchup against Nows, which went all the way to the 5th and final set, saved by a Mortis pick, effectively, wasn't it, really? But today, they've got to come in with a different approach. And I think from what we just witnessed with VN Esporting, I think now the sort of level playing field could be upon us.
Yeah, I mean, this is how we started yesterday off, VN Esporting versus FUT, and it was actually a very intense match yesterday as well. Maybe we expect similar today, but this is right where FUT left off last season. A prime opportunity after seeing an opponent in the upper bracket final get absolutely smacked. This is what they thrived on last time, and it might be what they do again. Yeah,
I mean, I can't help but feeling, you know, FUT Esports might have the edge in this one after watching that previous game. VN just don't look like themselves today. And I mean, they didn't towards the end of yesterday either, but we can't forget that obviously they did beat FUT Esports yesterday. So you kind of have to give them that. And obviously in that 1v1 matchups, they're not looking too bad. But just looking at their drafts, looking at their gameplay today, I don't feel too hopeful.
It just didn't seem to be in the game at all. Their heads were clearly elsewhere. And if you look back to the challenge season as well, you know, it was a convincing win that FUT Esports were able to obtain against the VN Esporting, a 3-0 sweep. But as we mentioned, yesterday, it was a different story. Today, I don't really know, Sonny, where I kind of stand on this matchup. I think this could be the 50-50 of the day, to be completely honest.
I thought the first match would be a close one. Clearly wasn't. In this one, I'm convinced it's going to be close. VN Esporting is mad now. They finally woke up in the last few sets. They didn't take a single game off the hands of Humble, but it did look like they slowly but steadily had some more chances to do just that. Now against FUT Esports, they did win yesterday. It was a close match again, but I think they can take this one.
I have high regards for VN Esporting. I mean, coming into this, these were my guys in the top 4 stage. They put enough doubt in my head where you can't make those kinds of mistakes. I know these are professionals. I know they're fueled, but we are in a stage where those kind of mistakes do not fly. And despite the amount of mistakes FUT Esports made yesterday, it's a new day for them too. I'm going to go with the unknown of today. I think FUT Esports might have a leg up here.
What are your thoughts, Trav, in terms of predictions? And you know, say you're the coach of VN Esporting, what do you give them in terms of advice? And you can't say just win.
That would have been my exact quote.
I know. I thought I'd get in ahead of you.
I think the team play has been really, really poor today. They're going in one by one. They're kind of dying. They're not switching lanes. They're not. Drafts have been pretty poor overall as well. So I think there's a lot that they need to work on. But I think mainly the team play is what VN Esporting seem to have been lacking. Prediction-wise, I'm kind of been forced to go with FUT Esports. Not that I wouldn't anyway, because I kind of feel after that initial performance from VN Esporting, FUT are the favourites coming in.
So the draft's coming in, but give us your thoughts on predictions as well. Where are you thinking who's got the edge on this one?
To be honest, I did see some great moments coming out of VN Esports just now. Gameplay-wise, the draft has been really slacking. Now looking at 8-bit Shock, Gale banned out. First pick is going to be the Eve. Again, I kind of have to side with Foot now in this first set at least. I don't know why you would pick up Eve as first. Yes, Kaboom Canyon, of course, it's going to be fine, but you can't break up the map. You can only get some control. You can't actually deal some damage onto save. Once again, just no DPS.
Sonny's starting with Foot before they've even picked their first brawler. I love the confidence. You know, for me, I agree though. Like, Eve is like a good pick. Is it the best first pick you can get in Kaboom Canyon? That's where my mind is at as well. I think bans-wise,
it's over.
Just call it, chalk it. It's done. It's done. Certainly, Tara's a very underrated pick for me here, and one that for Esports do like to champion and bring in. It gets some good results. It keeps your opposition guessing in the shadows. Can do a great deal amount of damage on the safe with the help from beyond. Nani as well. It's that ability to keep forcing back the flow of action upon your opposition, and I think that VN Esports are going to have to bring something in here to be able to cope with this situation, Trev.
Yeah, no, I feel the exact same way. I mean, Nani, Tara, both very solid picks. We've seen Nani work so many times already today, whether that's in Gem Grab, whether it's in other game modes as well, and they're going to bring the Jessie behind it as well. Not sure how I feel about that. Hypercharge, really hard to get, and even when you do, if you get it at all, when you do, it's kind of a little bit underwhelming, I feel, on a map as open as this.
Well, Trav, Kenny, as the draft concludes, head over to the casting desk and talk us through the action. Cannot wait to see which of our teams we're going forwards and which of our teams we falling short.
It's a tough one to call here a little bit. I do agree in the sense that Eve was a questionable one, but you know where the best pick on this map might be was the swing. Nani is right there. Nani is somebody that's going to deal damage, is so good in the meta right now, has been picked more and more, and VN Esporting are still sticking to their guns. They're going with this Eve, and they have been known to take a Carl a time or two here. They're great with the Brawler, but it did not work out earlier today.
Yeah, I mean,
fun time.
Oh, Colt coming in. We love a bit of Colt. Got to be good with it, though. That's the thing. And we know a couple of players, or all three players, on the side of Foot Esports very capable with this Brawler. Whoever does choose to pick it up and play it is going to be doing an absolute load of work on it. If they manage to hit those shots, hit the safe, get the hypercharges, a lot of damage can rain down. And I think Foot come just a bit better.
Yeah, it's hard to go against Nani. Tara is going to be able to pierce through something like the Eve hatchlings if they come through. Carl's going to be solid into the spawners of Tara in return. I mean, there's a little give and take here, but I just feel like in terms of sheer damage, we have three great brawlers for that also have some favorable matchups along in there as well. So I think overall, Foot Esports were gifted that Nani, and they're going to try and take advantage of it here. Saw Semantic play this brawler yesterday, and already Carl being torched off the fronts. Buzzco getting eliminated right there too. I mean, firing on all cylinders already is Foot Esports.
Yeah, well, great start. Semantic pitched up the kill as well, was kind of shielded, and now these shots coming through, hitting Buzzco, hitting the safe, and already the lead going their way. Linane beaming down the safe too, 16% already taken, and control all with Foot still.
Now they're on their back lines as well. The red roster need to pick up some kills so far. Haven't really been able to assert their dominance at all on today, on this set so far. Still early though. Nani's going to make a connection there, a dash away from Rama too. Semantic's going to get a few chip shots in on Brawlers on the heist safe, and another few chip shots will put them down to less than 20% on their damage dealt.
Yeah, well, Drage in these bushes feeling really good as well, and getting some wonderful taps round, pinching through, but Buzzco's starting to make his move up this left-hand side, but a good shot from Semantic will open the door for Foot Esports once more, as Mebius does fall low. Has to retreat, and the unbreakable wall is hit. Buzzco retreats behind it. Nice move from him to kind of bait Semantic into that play, but Drage has this pull, and a break over the left-hand side, silver bullet from Linane, opens it up a bit more to hit Rama.
Confidence exuding from Linan right now. Opening up this wall against other long-range brawlers is a great choice. I mean, so far, so good. It's working out. VN Esporting haven't been able to claim really any kills, any high safe damage. I mean, Semantic's just eating bullets right now and knows it's worth it as he tries to make another tag there. Those Nani peeps are going to be pivotal in determining this outcome.
Yeah, I mean, maybe even a single pull there from Drage would have been more useful than just kind of holding onto it, as now all control's gone, and VN Esports are going to slot around this left-hand side. Semantic the only one standing still up top, and a baby hits him. He does go down. No trade there just yet, but a silver bullet will help them out and break that down. The lead almost flipped once more. Drage coming into the pull, and Buzzco thinks better of throwing down his turret, as now the control back with Foot.
VN Esporting are putting themselves in great positions on these left and right-hand walls. This left one going to be unbreakable and forcing Linan and Semantic to use a ton of resources throughout that. A nice connection, but again, no kill, no teleport, no real damage. It's going to be great, but Linan going to be doing one better, piercing with an entire magazine. They're looking for other shots onto Rama. Now the high safe as well. 1,000 bullets going through onto the high safe for damage, and now they are extending their lead. Foot Esports have to survive a countdown.
Yeah, well, there was a turret over the right-hand side from Buzzco, but Semantic kind of just ate it all and still healed. Oh, wonderful tap from him. Peeps there as well, but a flying hook forwards. Maybe he's going to get pulled back, though. Drake says no to that with the gravity. And the first game going the way of FUT Esports, and they seemed in control for pretty much all of it.
Yeah, I loved how VN Esporting took some good stances, right? I think that's the right idea. You want to send Carl on that left or that right-hand side. Eve can get pesky with that gadget, jump into those walls, and just throw up hook shots, throw up Eve shots, whatever it takes. Damage slowly but surely is better than no damage at all, but I think the kill count was just favoring FUT Esports, and they did let go for a few moments, but never really for the long term.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for VN there, but still, FUT Esports seemed by far the better team in a mid-break coming through. As Drake can slot straight into this mid. Maybe he's doing a nice job of scouting him out early on, though. Does find a connection, and it's actually going to be Rama over the right-hand side against Semantic this time instead of the Jesse. Support from beyond should be quickly dealt with by Mebius, but at the moment, not actually shooting it and choose to just leave his teammate alone.
I think the other team was honestly surprised by that, too. He's going to flying hook onto this right side once again, and Naughty Peep is going to be chasing him here as Lenon puts in work up top. Semantic finishes the kill and now bounces back to help Drage as well. Team wipe for FUT Esports and a small lead along with it.
Yeah, the gravity's there from Drage as well, and in these bushes, flying under the radar, might be able to get 2 of them in it. Still not being hit, though, and obviously Vision not along with the side of VN Esporting at the moment as FUT Esports full control of the grass. Pulls ready, was going to go for it on Jesse there, but actually Eve did hit him. Now Drage eating some shots and not being bounced onto Lenane, luckily. Semantic going to need to find some hits here. Support from beyond comes in once more, and Drage has been backed off.
VN Esportings have reinforcements as well. Semantics, Naughty Peep going to go straight into some hatchlings. Still going to be able to find some angles here. His shot hooks around those walls so well and even clips Rama there. Maybe is trying to get some finishing shots, but Lenon there to help the teammate out. A flying hook now going into a super. The tailspin going to complete the kill there, and Drage has to go into the mid, help out on the right-hand side. They're just multitasking a ton here.
I mean, Lenane was feeling quite nice about that one there. Managed to get the kill out of it as well in a 3v1. Pull Drage is there. Gravity going to be pulling Buzzco back towards him and gets the kill as well. That little support from the super does come through from the star power, but Lenane free roll straight onto safe and adds a couple of clips to it.
Mebius in a tough spot as well. Despite all this effort that VN Esporting are pouring in, it's not converting to high safe damage. Now Mebius diving in on this as well, has charged up another super, but the Tara pool going to disrupt things. Now a trade out as well. Up top, Lenon getting work done. Semantic hunkering down on the top left-hand side, forcing Rama to run out him. That is valuable time at being wasted here. They need to start adding on some damage.
Yeah, Drake let his team fend for themselves there, wanted to heal up and try to get some stuff down, but still 47% needed to even tie it out in 30 seconds. Going to be tough for a Carl, a Jesse without hypercharge and an Eve, and Drage pushing straight back up, looking for another super. Super there for Buzzco now, but might want to hypercharge along with it as well. Maybe it gets that tailspin, not quite using it just yet. Damage gear going to be activated as well, and this is going to need to be a good defense from FUT, but so far, so good.
Perfect execution needed from VN Esporting. Here comes the turret, but it's not going to do too much work. A Semantic TP's over. He's going to get some more damage of his own as well. It's going to overwhelm the VN Esporting side. A Carl coming out of the grave. Not going to be enough here as FUT gets a major pull from Tara, and Mebius can't slide enough shots through. It's going to be the clock expiring with FUT Esports taking a 2-0 lead in the set.
And more of the same as FUT Esports just hold the mid for pretty much the entire thing. A few seeps of control there from VN Esporting, but it's mainly just these flying hooks coming through. A little bit of a break here and there as Drage goes down on one of the lane, kind of fails to hold. But overall, FUT Esports have the grass, they have the control, and at the moment they have the lead.
Given the draft that VN Esporting had, in a meta where Carl's not necessarily excelling with flying colors, we do have a hypercharge on Jesse, and Eve, like we mentioned, solid pick, but maybe not the first one, especially when there are other great brawlers like Nani available that you could take. VN Esporting have to pop off, and they're just not piling up enough kills. They're not getting offense going, and FUT have 3 great options, but this could be the opportunity they're looking for here. Mebius with some beautiful dodges, and now some hook shots going into that high safe. The first time I think they've started with the lead this set.
Yeah, I mean, it was nice on the right-hand side, but over the left, really bad from Rama. He auto-aimed one of the support from beyond, and Lenane did survive. And now, along with Semantic, does take the lead for FUT Esports. Still on the defensive, though, is Drage, and having a bit of a tough time of dealing with it with no help as well. These peak shots from Mebius doing a real nice amount of work, but he can't really leave him. Support from beyond coming around, going to be pinching. But Semantic still adding damage to the safe, and Lenane now hypercharged super already, and getting more of the damage on the side of VN's safe.
For a while there, it was just a mirror match. It was Mebius on the bottom right, while Semantic was putting in work on the top right. And finally, both defenses come through. And the only separator is 1% right now. FUT for the first time on defense. Mebius trying to move forward. A teleport through, not going to do it. Just going to connect for damage. He's low HP as well, though. Needs to make some tags. Some nice dancing shots there, and it's not going to be enough as Mebius is able to slide through, and now quite a runaway here from the red roster alongside that turret.
Turret's going to be there as well. Baby's going to be joining through. Eve is also up top as well. Semantic pretty much just going to have to eat those, and Gravity comes down, but Drage might still fall, and he does. Lenane versus 2 to defend it all. And a minute, but only 18% needed for VN.
Foot gonna struggle to try and close out this set right here, right now. VN Esporting, massive lead in the meantime, and 3 brawlers on the red side are standing tall. Now triplets incoming as well. Backup plan inbound, shielding shots for them, wasting shots from Lenon. Drage can pierce right through though, as Buzzco's gonna be trying to get the first. There's 1 kill down. Drage gonna be forced to use a pull here. It's gonna connect with Mebius. He does have the tailspin going once, twice, and now makes the final connection. VN Esporting are finally on the board, believe it or not, for the first time today.
Straight swept 9-0 by Humble, and almost the first set going directly the way of Foot Esports as well. But VN Esporting up for a fight this time. Want to not be knocked out this competition. They've played pretty much, from October in these competitions, and they don't want to be knocked out in this kind of situation, being straight swept twice. At least get a game on the board against Foot Esports, but still a long way to go to be able to win this set.
VN Esporting has been the team of almost. Season 3 had to make a roster adjustment in the finals and got booted after being the #1 seed on the first day of the championship weekend. Now, poised with an opportunity once again, but they're going to be facing off a team who is also just as hungry, who's ready to prove themselves, that want to end the year on a bang. And right now, Foot putting in some absolute work onto VN Esporting. It hasn't converted the high stake damage yet, but they still have plenty of area control.
Samantha doing a lot of work on this right-hand side, really getting so much damage down on the opposition, and some breaks on the left by Lenane. Gives him an open lane against Rama, which should favor him. But Drage at the moment not having the easiest of times through the mid, having to pinch out this lane on Mebius here, and Buzzco just sitting quite firmly behind this wall, just giving Drage a bit of a tough time, but allows him to pinch nicely.
Buzzco doing a good job of kind of juggling all 3 of these brawlers and hugging this wall as closely as possible, but unfortunately for him, a Tara pull's going to end that, somehow surviving the bounce shots going through onto the spawner there as Nani charges up a peep, connects with Mebius here, now hook shots on the left, beautiful connections there as Lenon's gonna piece up the entire high save right now, an entire magazine from Colt going through, 40% damage being dealt, and VN Esporting in a world of hurt.
I mean, Buzzco holding off on this turret here, and maybe should have just used it as well. Mebius gets a shot straight to the face on top of him from Nani as well, and Lenane's gonna go forward, gets the trade through. Not going to complain too much about that one, considering they've got a 40% lead, only 60% left on the VN safe. Turret now throwing them in instead of using defensively, and instantly obliterated by Foot.
I don't know about the decision making there. Drage and Semantic in prime position to just take that thing out immediately. That was kind of the first glimmer of hope we had, and we know how difficult it is to charge up that Jesse Super. An easier one for Drage on the other end, though. A double connection there. More work being done by Semantic, and still the mid has not been given up by Foot. They're really starting to run away with this.
Yeah, Rama with a long jump back into the spawn, and Semantic just trying to get some work done. Mebius wants to go towards the safe yet again, gets the super as well, but Lenane's on the defense, has the breakthrough, but the Peep's going back on defense now. Another flying hook, and nothing to show for it as they dominated once more by the defense of Foot Esports. Beautiful Peep there coming in from Semantic, and still in control with 20 seconds left. It's over.
Foot are not wavering in this moment. They have plenty of room to work with. They have a hypercharge from Jesse, but not a lot from the other end. But beautiful bullets going down from Lenon. He's letting it rain from downtown while Semantic puts in work as well. Some extra damage being dealt to this high safe. But Foot Esports looking as convincing as they have all weekend to kick off this match.
3-1 there in the first set for Foot Esports, going to take it, and take it quite convincingly as well. All it was really showing for VN Esporting in this one was a flying hook back into the back right corner in the second game, and that's what won it for them. Other than that, Foot Esports just walking over them once again and feeling the same heat as they had against Humble here. Really difficult for VN Esporting today, but they need to bounce back, and they need to bounce back right now, although it's going to be too little too late.
A big thing for me about that set too, it felt like Foot, all 3 members were carrying their weight in that set. Semantic is playing a very tough brawler, but he's oftentimes connecting Nani Peeps, cycling his super, going to the other end, chasing Mebius when necessary. Even if he tries to run away, nowhere to escape that. Lenon, how many times did we call up hypercharge? I mean, look at that massive kill at the end just to bury him. And Drage, of course, Tara pull after Tara pull. Everybody was firing from Foot Esports.
Yeah, I mean, he almost got all 3 in the end there with this hypercharge on Colt. It was really nice play from Lenane. A bit unnecessary to be made, but you can you can appreciate greatness even when it doesn't need to be done. Linane really playing an exceptional Colt there. And, we said going into it, Colt works if you've got a player who can play that brawler. And, Linane's just proved a point.
Yeah, that boy can ball. That was absolutely nuts with it. It's really cool to see brawlers like that at a professional level, because somebody like me, man, there's no chance I'm pulling up the plays that he is pulling. I mean, it's so difficult, and I can't say enough. Some of these old brawlers, Nani, Colt, both very difficult for the average Joe like me, and these guys made it work so well into other professionals, I might add. Charlie, insta-banned, which means we know who has the first pick, and it's going to be Gray as that selection.
Yeah, well, the Buster, Squeak, and Max bans on the side of V&E Sporting did choose to select that Gray as their first. It's good. It's got the TP, obviously can do so much, but Nani returning once again for Foot. And that alone makes me scared because of how well Semantic played it in the previous one. If he picks it up again, I'm feeling a little bit bleak for the side of V&E Sporting, but Ruff's going to be the one following up as well. Nice pick there, going to be able to provide some bounces, some sandbags if Gray does TP in, so you can't complain.
Yeah, Nani is scary. Semantic on the Nani, scary. Now let's power him up with a Colonel Ruff's treat. I mean, that is going to be an output for
very
serious damage. He can one-shot some of these brawlers depending on what they select on the other end. I know oftentimes into the sharpshooter world, you're kind of looking for throwers. One full shot from Nani is going to eliminate just about any of those. So I think they're going to have to be very cautious of how they approach that. It looks like Bell is going to be that option for them.
Yeah, well, they do choose to go a bit more of a ranged approach. They've got Gray, got some range, but Bell on top of it as well can shoot those sandbags down, bounce between them, and get some real good value from it. Can't complain about that for the side of V&E Sporting, but still, a long way to go. Even if they have the draft, I'm not sure how I feel about them throughout, if they continue performing like they have today. They've got to do something, they've got to up the game. Last pick coming in from them in just a moment as well. You question if they want to go for a throw or something like that. They've got so much to kind of cover here. They can go, Esports can still go tank, they can still go throw themselves. They're going to go Mr. P. And that's, another time we're seeing this brawler come in.
It's interesting. It's clearly a brawler they're not afraid to select. And one thing we've kind of learned throughout today and this weekend, that V&E Sporting called their shot. They're going to cater to their play style if it's a brawler they believe in and maybe they've had success in practices and past tournaments, whatever it may be. Look, Mr. P, not the most relevant in today's meta. Not necessarily my favorite right now. I know there are teams out there that believe in it, and this is clearly one of them. Mr. P with the spawners can really help into some of these more single-shot brawlers, which a lot of the times we are going to see those sharpshooters. So somebody like Brock, somebody like Nani, they're going to have to waste a few ammo on this, and if he can charge that super, it's going to help out.
Yeah, it takes quite a lot to charge it, bear in mind, but when it gets to kind of the last seconds in the first round, that's when you should start to see it appearing, when it becomes a bit easier to hit some of those shots. But he's got to survive till the end to be able to get to that point where it's easy to hit the shots as well. And, against the Nani, against the Brock, who you can just be beamed down at range by so easily, you've got to be quite careful.
Yeah, Mr. P, one of those brawlers that, in Knockout especially, that super is not surviving the duration of a set. You get it for one round, and you better make it count. Along with those gadgets, too. Without the porters, Mr. P is just a man throwing suitcases, which isn't the most lethal thing in the world. But we'll have to see if they can be lethal in the hands of V&E Sporting. It's going to be a pull instantly, though, tearing open this map. Semantic going to be weak. Return to Cinder popped already. Sandbags in terms of desperation going out, too. Foot Esports had a little bit of a scare, but all is well.
Question is, who does the wall break help, though? That's the thing. I kind of feel like it helps for Esports just as much as it helps V&E Sporting with this Nani pick. But Drage going to have the power up for himself early on in this one. Still a sandbag remaining on the left-hand side, but not really going to get a lot of use considering Foot all on the right. Field promotion going to be run by Drage as well, providing some of these heals. Not heals, always extending the max HP. But with no breaks, it's not going to be too easy for the Nani here.
It's going to be both sides taking their time, charging utility. A big boom off the front of this round. And Lenon wants more smoke. He's going to open this up, and I think, like you said, it is going to really help Nani and Brock. Sure, Gray and Bell have some sharpshooters, but the suitcases are a little bit easier to dodge now. Can't clip those walls. And Drage, low HP. They do make the tags as well, so an advantage V&E Sporting side is now Semantic charges in. 2v2 situation. Return to Cinder, not enough there. The bullet not dealing nearly enough damage. So Lenon's trying to clutch this up. A low HP Buzzco, though, will survive, and along with it, a V&E Sporting round.
I mean, he found some great shots, to be fair, and you can't really complain at Lenane's attempts. He got Mr. P very low and didn't really feed that many shots. A rocket rain going to be there, and the P makes the connection onto the Bell, forcing VN back into their spawn, and Rama pretty much joining them back there as well, but might want to rotate a bit around this left-hand side. TP comes in towards Lenane, Walking Cane popped, and Semantic going to be dragged forward, almost finds the kill, but just not enough yet.
Yeah, the follow-through from Mebius unfortunately wasn't there. Some great shots from Rama, but Mebius was just trying to return into the action. Had to make a quick decision. Unfortunately, just didn't hit the mark there. Once again, a little east-west action. Red side is going to be on the right here. TP available for some extra heals, for some extra positioning, and an instant walk over, and he can leave anytime he wishes. Having that towards the end game could be important.
Well, Peep now making a move, and they might want to try get a bit of value off the back of this as well. Maybe it's sliding down. The Grey gets hit by as well. TP not going to be there just yet. Can't find the heal from it. Still quite low, but managing to heal up once more. Semantic got a decent cycle of that, but it's not going to matter if they lose this round.
Another teleport away just to stay safe. Looking to regroup a little bit here. Shots going down. The connection on the sandbag not going to do anything for him as Drage has a super locked and loaded. Firing down on Rama. He is going to fall. The Meteor Strike connecting here. Mebius, though, trading 2v1 now in favor of Foot Esports. And it's going to be a tie ball game for game number 1.
Close one here, but Super's ready to go for both sides, 2-2 as the Peep comes through early on from Semantic. An all-right stance from VN Esporting might be a bit of an issue as that's fully charged up, hits Mebius, 5:20 left, but survives it once more.
He was cooking that Peep. He was so ready to go with it too. You notice the star power switch, I believe, as well coming into this. He's not running the shield anymore, so he really wants to lay down the fire here. I think a wise decision given that he's on the back line, safe and sound, nothing to worry about there. Might as well get that extra value while you can.
Yeah, Rama getting hit now by Lenane, winning this 1v1 matchup. Obviously has the range advantage, but you don't want to feed a super to Rama in this circumstance because a TP towards a Brock is always pretty much a guaranteed kill. Has the Rocket Rain ready to go in the closing seconds, but Porter's established in the back right. Not going to help out Foot.
The longer Foot can stay alive, the longer Colonel Ruffs can power them up too. Those end games get even scarier. And now it's going to be terrifying as 2 brawlers fall down. It's just a lone Rama standing. Return the Cinder because why not? He's just going to stand still and accept fate. Foot Esports once again kicking off the set with a win.
I mean, you know, Rama had a dream, but the dream is quite quickly going away from them as well as Foot Esports do take that first game of the set. Still 2 more to go. Obviously, we are in a best of 5 in this lower bracket finals. But Foot Esports up 1 set and 1 game now and seem to be on top of things when it comes to the gameplay too.
Looking to try and make it out of this one alive. They're starting out strong here. 1 set in their favor, 1 game in their favor for set number 2. And the red roster going to be kicking things off on the left-hand side as Foot Esports climbs up the map. Little bounce shot coming in from Foot there too. Each side just trying to get those valuable utility.
Yeah, well, maybe his falls quite low. Returns sender straight onto Buska as well. Semantic standing still. A little bit unfortunate for him there, but maybe got caught on a wall. They did kind of have a bit of an issue. I mean, Nane's angry with that wall because he's just going to break it straight up, but at the same time, VN do have the advantage here and should be able to take this round. Way to avenge the teammate Lenon, get rid of that wall. He'll learn his lesson. Another one going down here as well as Foot left with 2 members in this round, make it 1. VN Esporting now closing in after a big break with an early kill onto Semantic. They can now charge forward, just looking to get some extra supers going into the next round. So Rama 2 shots closer on that. Well, won the first round again. VN Esporting did lose the following 2 in the previous game. So still need to focus up, need to make sure they're secure in these because they do have the favorable amount of soup as well. Not anymore as Semantic managed to grasp his now. Going to be cooking this up for a while as you mentioned, no shield going to be coming through. Busco might be the target, but Mebius right there as well. Rama gets hit by it. Not a lot of damage coming from that, I will say though. The extra Porter spawn is also a way to kind of get that Nani Peep caught off guard. Really good on Semantic to not connect with that and get no damage whatsoever. Ruining the Peep's lives is not going to do too much here. So the Porters are going to stay safe, and so will VN Esporting along with it. TP for Rama is going to be lethal, no matter who he TP's on here. Drage obviously going to have some sandbags for it, but Lenane not going to be feeling too good if he has that TP towards his face. Maybe he needs to mark someone up in these closing seconds as well. But at the moment, still a 50-50. Porter's going to give VN the advantage, though. Long distance duel between both of these teams right now. The fog should be closing in shortly. Lightning bolts raining from the side, but it's actually Semantic who connects here. Buzzco on the weaker end as well. Foot connects there, 2v1. As they look to get a clutch in here from Rama, the fog closing in. He's trying to get around these bullets, but nowhere to escape between the incendiary of Lenon and Semantic shots. Yeah, well, it's going to give Lenane a bit more of a supercharge, and now Peep coming down once more. Semantic needs to find some more value off it this time. If he can find 2, he's going to feel glorious about it. Now maybe he's looking for the tank, does get it tanked down, but falls low in the process, takes him out of the mix for a while. Thank goodness for their sake that VN Esporting are running a lot of shield years, because they would definitely be donezo by now in those moments. Semantic just keeps taking laps with these Peeps, and more importantly, he's earning these Peeps. He's connecting those shots. They can't feed Semantic if they want a chance here. Yeah, well, VN need to change how this game's going, or it's going to be running away from them quite quickly. I mean, wanting to find some shots, wanting to find a super Busco, more of the same. Obviously with these briefcases leaping at the end, not finding anything just yet. But needs to get a super if they want to be able to win this one. Everybody's trying to stance up here.
For the final moments, as the green fog closes in, Drage has been powering up teammates throughout this entire round. Lenon at this point at 6,300, close to 7K for Semantic, but a beautiful teleport, a follow-through shot as well, and an onslaught coming in from VN Esporting. Semantic is going to fall, and VN Esporting tie up the set.
Well, that's what they needed. FUT Esports not looking the best towards the end of that one. A nice play from Rama, though. TPs, walking canes, everything that was required for them to be able to get that win. And they definitely earned that one there. Now, they are drawn out in this set, but FUT Esports still in the lead in terms of sets overall. VN desperately wanting to claw this back.
Having to win 3 games in a knockout set can be a lot. This is going to take some serious mental fortitude and dialing in the entire time. You only get 1 life per round. This isn't your average game mode. You can't make any mistakes. If you do so, you put your teammates in a very vulnerable position, and anytime you lose a brawler early, it's going to be costly. So VN Esporting in that 3rd round, grabbing those 2 kills instantly was such a big momentum shift.
Yeah, well, Drage going to rotate up to the top, and a lot of these walls in the mid going to be broken up by Lenane's rocket fuel. All of his gadgets already expended. I think he used one maybe early on up the top as well to break a bit of that grass and hope that he found some connections to be able to get some supercharge. But at the moment, it's just VN Esporting versus FUT Esports left to right, and not a lot happening.
Yeah, in the meantime, the more passive they can be, Drage can just keep aiding his teammates here. Semantic climbing to 6,600 plus now, and along the way his shield gear regenerating as well. Lenon just holding down this top end. Mebius with a little gadget pop there actually does make the little bounce shot connection as Drage is forced to drop some sandbags. Briefcase is flying, but a kill up top is going to favor VN Esporting, make it a second as well. Semantic understands his fate and will move towards the fog. VN Esporting starting off with a lead here.
Yeah, a bit of momentum, a bit of wind in the sails now, but Semantic coming around with this peep. His teammates need to find something from it, though, I feel. They're always so low after it makes that connection, but nothing ever comes from it. Rama gets hit and doesn't really feel too much damage from it. But Drage wants his super, wants to power up one of his teammates or himself in turn. Sandbags bouncing onto each other, and Semantic getting a little bit of a tap off it as well.
I like how FUT are using this super, but I'm with you. If they don't have any shots to follow through, I feel like they should have learned their lesson by now, right? There are no way that Nani Peep is going to one-shot unless you can get it a little bit longer, but it's clear they've been able to tank this well. And I think VN Esporting at this time are prepared for it. So every time they're going to be anticipating that. FUT with no real way to kind of follow up here. So instead, it's just connection, a little recycle of super, which is great. Damage if you can get it, but nowhere enough for a kill here. So Rama's going to be treading with low HP here, going to have to dodge some serious bullets.
Yeah, well, now FUT Esports starting to fight back. 3v2, making it a 2v2, and Drage is marked up as well. Porter's going to be placed down. They're feeling pretty optimistic about this one if they're placing them down there, with the Incendiary going to burn straight through it. 2v1 now, as Lenane is the only one remaining. Mebius walking forwards, finding some great shots, and the kill along with it as well. VN Esporting going to take this game and move 2-1 up in knockout.
VN Esporting desperately need this one. FUT have a lead currently, going down 2-0 after not winning a single game in your first match of the day is devastating. They need to see themselves get one here. Confidence booster, a bounce back, whatever you want to call it. At the end of the day, you just got to put up some set scores. This would be a huge lost opportunity for VN if they didn't pick this one up.
This is the one for the set for VN. FUT Esports still 2 more if they want to be able to move 2-0 up. Rocket Fuel instantly breaking down some of these walls, but going to need more than that if they want to stay at the long range with the Nani. Too many walls in the way of his massive connections. And there goes another one. Now pinching from the top is Semantic, but still, FUT Esports not finding too many connections on the opponents.
Looking for a pinch now onto Rama here on this bottom right-hand side. Mebius, Buzzco at the top, battling against Semantic here. They're not really taking advantage of Drage's passive ability here. They're going to give Lenon a little bit here, but overall, they've been pretty spaced out. I feel like this FUT Esports comp needs to take advantage of that in the early onset so that later down the road, they can be tankier.
Drage hit by a bouncing shot of Buzzco. Now Gadget onto that as well, but wasted ammo slot. Doesn't allow him to heal up there. Trying to keep the pressure on and brings another shot onto him also. Maybe it's quite low. The Samap finds a connection. 2v3, but they managed to win this one in the last time. Return to sender shuts that idea down though. 3v1, and Buzzco should just accept his fate, head into the gas, but Lenane might want his super. Semantic's the one who gets the killing blow and doesn't feed another shot towards his teammate. But 2 supers now, and a power-up Semantic is going to deal even more. That might even kill Mebius.
Yeah, this could catch them off guard a little bit. I'm a little nervous here for VN Esporting. They've been anticipating being able to tank this every time. They're going to wind this up, go for the end, connects with Mebius, and still not quite enough. 500 HP to survive.
Yeah, lowest he's been, though, from that connection of the super. Lenane being quite cautious about going for this Rocket Rain because of the walking cane back from Rama. Can drag him towards him, put him in a bit of a compromised position. Busko fighting this top lane now, and Semantic with power up is going to deal a lot of damage if he finds a big connection here. The Rocket Rain to break some of these walls and grass might even be the better idea from Lenane, but choosing to hold it at the moment. Not really that many choke points to spam through in the closing seconds, though.
This time, Drage has been hugging Lenane, trying to power him up, give him some extra beef towards the end of this round here. VN Sporting have yet to really find their footing here. A nasty pull, a follow-through from Rama as well. Shots now firing for both sides as Drage is going to have to mess with two different brawlers now. Mebius coming into the rescue. Drage, though, a few good shots, some nice dodges, but both of them fall simultaneously. VN Sporting now 1 round away from their very first set.
Going to be a tough one to win, but Semantic has the power up yet again, and Drage's field promotion giving them some extra HP to top them off. But Porters are ready to go for Busko, and they are already placed down as well. Gives them an advantage over this entire round, and it's a big one for them to win as well.
Lenane was kind of flashing that super there. I wonder if he was just going to hide in the grass and hope he could find a victim that draw closer to him. Anani Peep, once again, going to be wreaking havoc. Connects there. So close. 380, but the math just isn't checking out, but the positioning is for Foot Esports.
I mean, the gas should burn through these Porters in just a second if they start to wait for the late game. Just coming in and getting instantly obliterated by Semantic and Lenane every time, but you know, it's burning through their ammo, and they're not going to be too complaining. They're not going to complain too much about that. All 3 members of VN Esports just sat at the back, but a reverse polarity, bouncing forwards and not finding any hits, but a shot straight to Mebius' face.
Might as well win in style, right, Trav? Mebius dropping a little bounce shot there off the backboard. Now a revert from Cinder here. It's going to be Semantic, not doing much there. Super going down, a kill just in the nick of time, but a return of its own as well. They're pinching in on Foot, holding their ground now. A weak Mebius now going to be fighting just a lone Busko, who runs off into the storm here. Foot Esports tie things up.
Didn't feel too confident for Foot Esports then, but at the same time, what a refrag from Drage to be able to get the kill after Rama came in with the TP and the walking cane onto Semantic. Nice revenge from him. But now this one game will decide who goes into a better position, quite frankly, because it's going to be 2-0 or it's going to be 1-1 with momentum on the side of VN.
I'm just saying, VN Sporting desperately need this. They have not gotten a set today. They would be down 2-0 once again, and they had the lead in this set. This is not an opportunity that they can waste. They're going to group up together and go with a new game plan. It's a fresh slate here in one game that'll decide the set.
Well, tough one now for VN. Foot Esports can still survive if they do really lose this one, but VN are going to be in a really poor position going forwards. Everybody wanting these supers, but it's actually the field promotion who's actually doing anything at the moment. Rocket Fuel breaking up the map once more, and it's the same walls every time. Clearly a rehearsed thing from Lenane.
And now Semantic can launch shots in the wide open. A misconnection there from Rama too. You really got to make those count. That gadget has been so valuable for them. It's helped charge supers and then teleports into the follow-up shots. They made some really fast, flashy plays with that, and they're going to need those flashy plays if they want a chance here towards this end game.
Sandbags break up some walls. Oh, instantly down. Mebius caught out of position, and Semantic punishes him for it. Rama's up next. He wants to punish him as well, but Lenane needs his super over Semantic at this point. He gets the shot onto him, and Drage looking for his now as well. Great start from Foot Esports in this one, 3v1, and Busko feeding supers all day long.
2 supers now available for Foot Esports. In addition to it, a lead. A powered up Semantic once again. And let's start our racing engines here as he's going to be taking a Nani Peep lap, going down the track and going to make a right-hand turn here, looking for a hook shot into any of these brawlers. And Busko ready to tank this. He has so much more HP than Mebius by a little over 1,000. So I think he knows that he is safe if he just halts there and baits Nani into taking a shot.
Yeah, it's a real tough one for Foot, not being able to get anybody firmly down with Pete, but Lenane takes a couple of really big hits from Mebius. Reverse polarity there, trying to bank its way around, but not finding anything so far. Gadget came from Busko there to tank a bit of the damage, but Drage might be going down here, bounced back to that sandbag, and just narrowly survives on 260.
Whew, Drage rounded that corner just in time. Lightning bolts as a little coverage here. Mebius taking down sandbags, but he really should be focusing Drage in the meantime. It's going to cost him about half of his health points here. Drage once again powering up his teammate. Lenane cracks 6,000, and it's going to come down to the final moments.
Well, the power-up is still on Semantic now. Drage trying to make a flank around this left-hand side. Sandbag still in hand as well, going to be huge, and this is a good position for Foot. The ranged game is what they excel at, and the shots coming through. Return sender Gadget there, the TP from Rama, but the kill from Lenane. Super comes down from Drage, so much tanking coming through, but nothing yet. Lenane versus Mebius, and it should be Mebius, and it is. VN win the set, and it's 1-1. Actually, just the round. My bad.
An HP battle, and Mebius ends up winning. Nearly a clutch from Lenon, though. They're going to do a little scouting report on the left-hand end. This is tense. VN Esporting, desperate to just get on the board one time today. They have had deficits all day long. They were dominated by Humble earlier, and now with their last life in the lower bracket, it's about time they get themselves a win.
Well, it's no supers versus no supers. Everybody wanted to win that last round, but Mebius eventually grasps his on this bottom side. Wants to try and mark someone up, and obviously in the closing seconds, it helps out as it did on Drage in the previous one. Still finding connections, and Lenane has a good amount of range, but still not finding too many shots at this point.
Semantic taking advantage of the wide open, now running straight into the enemy brawlers. One lap, gonna make it a second here. They'll wind up the connection, and not enough damage. Not nearly as much as those starting ones, but it will recycle the super a little bit. He's excelled more with his regular shots, I would argue, than that, and it's been a big reason why they've been able to keep this one close. Now the action unfolding. Semantic with perfect shots. Lenon lining them up, low HP, misconnection from Rama here. 3 brawlers standing tall for foot, and now they're all joining in on the friendly fire. It's going to be a toughie for Buzzco here as he's pushed into the zone. Foot Esports put a second on the board.
Brilliance from Foot Esports then taking the second set, and you know, what a time to miscall it from me as well. That'd have been VN would have been happy if I called it right, to be fair, but I apologize for that, guys. VN Esporting aren't going to be able to take this set. Foot Esports double down and make it 2-0.
And Semantic's peep is a big reason why Nani is selected here, but I think the Lenon-Semantic combo between Lenon's gadget just blowing up all these walls leaves so much room for Semantic to work with, and he was hitting everything. Obviously, it came down to the wire, right? It was one round to decide the fate of both of these teams here in this set, and Foot Esports capitalizing, and this is a huge missed opportunity for VN Esporting. They needed this set, and now in this kind of format, where it's 3 games to win a set, they are going to have to win 9 more games if they want to move on. That is daunting.
Yeah, that's going to be really, really tough for VN Esporting. I think that might be the longest set in the history of Brawl Stars Esports, to be fair. I think every single game, every single round went the distance to that 2-1 as well, and it went to obviously all 5 games to decide it out there. So huge congratulations to Foot Esports for being able to take that one down, because it took a lot of, you know, that mental stability to be able to really bring that one back.
It took everything they had. I mean, as much as we've said about VN Esporting today, not necessarily keeping up with the competition, nonetheless, Foot really had to give their full effort there. So we're really starting to see VN Esporting settle down a little bit. I would argue that's the best set that they played today, but it still wasn't a win. And ultimately, that's all that counts. If VN Esporting aren't getting the final rounds there, the final moments, and they're making those kinds of mistakes towards the ends, they're not getting the kills, it's going to be really tough for them to squeeze by here, especially now in a reverse sweep fashion.
I mean, if they don't want to get double swept, they've got to make something happen in this next set, but Foot Esports not looking as strong as they were in the first. Don't get me wrong, I don't think it was them playing bad, but Vienna definitely started playing better in that one, rather than that Kaboom Canyon set that we did see. But even off the back of a long set, we're straight back into the action. Draft underway. We're heading on to Pinhole Punt. Spike, Sandy, and Maisie going to be banned out from Foot Esports, and the Charlie, the Stu, and the Lou. Bit of a rhyme there at the end, off the board for Vienna.
I'm kind of waiting for somebody to just skip Charlie and see if the other team notices. Can we just see that one time? I think they might be able to get away with it because everybody in their brain just going to have it built in. Instead, though, we'll go with some textbook plays. We're going to get Stu out of the way here. We're going to get Lou. Spike, Sandy, and Maisie have been kind of wreaking havoc across the World Finals, across our day yesterday. Maisie was the most played brawler yesterday, so to me, it makes a lot of sense. I bet if we combine bans as well in that, she's still probably sitting atop that leaderboard. So Otis is a first overall. I don't mind Otis, especially on Pinhole Punt. Fat splatter for a little area control, obviously a little anti-tank coverage. The mute button goes crazy. Not a lot to hate there.
Yeah, you know, I can't complain about it. It does seem like it's fallen off quite a bit, though, and, you know, I'll say the same with B as well, just to put it simply, balance things out. They both haven't really been as prominent as they used to be. Obviously,
that's why you get paid the big bucks, buddy.
Hey. Unintentional puns coming out of me today, but at the same time, I do feel like Otis has fallen off quite a bit. Still very solid. The mute's an extremely good feature, and as you mentioned, the fat splatter as well. All incredible kit, and still, quite frankly, decent against the Buster as well. Being able to mute that brawler out, it does help quite heavily.
Buster cracked our leaderboard yesterday in terms of most brawlers played as well. So in terms of a tank option, especially with Maisie out of the way here, doesn't really surprise me to see Buster, especially with that reflective shot. He can kind of walk forward with his super and just pave the way for teammates to move closer and closer to the net. If you're ever in a time of desperation against some of these longer range brawlers with projectiles like Otis, it's kind of an anti-defense mechanism and a really good way to generate some offense.
Yeah, I mean, Squeak residue is very, very solid. Jackie comes in as well, and now you've got to feel for the man who's got to play that Buster. Because that matchup is not favoring him whatsoever. So much HP, and obviously the counter crusher as well coming out of Jackie. The hypercharge, which Buster obviously doesn't have as well. It's going to be a really, really tough time for VN now, I feel.
Yeah, Foot have never shied away from going with a Jackie or some kind of surprising tankier pick. I think Jackie deserves a lot more credit than she used to. We saw her a good bit at the World Finals. We've seen her throughout her tournament season and this weekend. That hypercharge might just be the difference maker that puts Jackie atop the boards as well. But a great answer to that is going to be Cordelius.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. They're going to have to get these matchups right. I mean, for both sides as well, they need to kind of make sure these matchups are the right way round. And that's, you know, something that I feel like VN hasn't really been on top of today. They haven't been swapping that much, and we saw it quite prominently in their first game, first set against Humble as well on that hard rock mine. They didn't swap. They didn't really make those kind of communications with the team play. And if they want to be able to stay in the competition, they're going to have to.
The one thing I will say about the Foot Esports comp is they are praying they don't have to deal with overtime.
Yep.
Jackie, Otis, Squeak, I mean, against the B, there's no way they're going to want to deal with that. But we'll see if they can end it well beforehand as well. Mebius just putting his foot to the gas pedal here. A little jump now diving in at Drage, has the Shadow Realm available and removes a brawler from it. Lenon forced to grab this ball early. Rama looking for a follow-up shot. Will find it here. A pass available. Buzzco dribbling the ball up the map now and will walk it in for an easy score. VN Esporting with an aggressive start.
I mean, maybe it's just beeline straight down the map then, and it was a really nice play from it. Residue placed on that left-hand side, stopping a lot. Super comes down now as well. No connection onto Ram, which was the man I'm sure he was looking for. But Semantic not having the best of times here against Mebius. Shadow Realm available. Fast splatter going to be missed by Semantic. That's unfortunate. He should follow down and fall. And now VN Esporting all collapsing in on this goal. Just Lenane, and see you later. He's in the Shadow Realm. VN Esporting start strong.
Lenon removed from the map in its entirety, and VN Esporting basically deleted the Foot Esports side in that game. We didn't see a lot of playing time from the blue roster there. These are the kind of confidence boosts we need to see, but I need to see this 2 more times at least, just alone in this set. But I love the action we're getting off the start. I think a big part of this is Cordelius leading the way. Mebius has a hard roll here, a jump over this, and now aggressing straight into Drage and Semantic. He's going to do way better in these up-close interactions, but Lenon getting a victory up top. They're going to be forced to make a tough decision. Mebius, though, clutching up right now, has a Shadow Realm available, 4 HP and survives, but more importantly, buys enough time for Rama to come back.
I mean, Rama gets hit hard. 1 shot and a super as well. Fat Splatter going to be missed there by Semantic once more. And that's 2 for 2, pretty much what we've seen so far. Slow down on Semantic allows Buzzco to get into range and follow-up shot as well. Another Fat Splatter coming down, and these gadgets just being used quite quickly. Rattled Hive gets the kill as well. Rama should be able to pass up, and that is going to be a goal surely for Buzzco here. The pass forwards and the walk in. 1-0 in the second game.
Squeak's not a goalkeeper. It's as simple as that. That's not the position that he plays on the Brawl Ball field. He's meant to play midi here. He's not a great offensive threat, but he's here to cut off this entire right-hand side. And for the first time, Foot Esports, offensive opportunity. Dribbling the ball into the other end as Buzzco holds down the line in the enemy goal. A pull, not going to do anything to Lenon as he's hugging that wall. They're going to be looking for a shot, and they actually slide it through. Lenon getting a little sneaky there. Foot now on the board.
Yeah, brilliant little bait and switch there. Drage through the super over the top, and now the super comes through. Oh, triple hypercharge slow. A pass up and a slot in for Esports. What better way to answer that first game loss than something like that?
I mean, flashy plays in game number 2. It looked like VN Esporting in game number 1. It just took them a little bit longer to get there. It just seemed like they finally started getting some good stuff off of those midfield battles. When the ball is reset, they have been dominated in early game number 1, a little bit in game number 2, but once they started to find it, address this issue, which has been Cordelius and Lenon just popping off once again, he's been able to get his teammate a little bit of ground to work with, and that's a big deal, especially in the sharpshooter and tankiness of Buzzco too.
Yeah, and another aggressive push coming through now, 3v1, and surely Cordelius can't make this happen. He gets taken down, and Foot Esports move up once more, 1-0 this time in the third game.
Again, an answer in to Cordelius here. This time it's going to be Buzzco dropping the super, forced to release it, though, as Lenon's going to be looking for a pull. Counter crush available, and extra damage going down as well. The lead man, Semantic, dribbling down the left hand in. A perfect super as well. Semantic now throwing the ball in the back of the net.
Match point then for Foot Esports. I feel like we were just saying maybe VN Esporting are back in this one. Another 8 like that and they'll be pretty happy. But now they've got to win 8 pretty much before Foot Esports get this 1, and that is not an easy feat to be able to do. Really, really tough road for VN Esporting ahead of them, but Foot Esports on top of the world right now, 1 game away from the grand finals.
2 straight games of Foot Esports cracking the code to this VN Esporting draft. And now they're going to try something new. This time it's going to be Cordelius on the left-hand lane, just trying to generate something brand new. Drage and Semantic, though, in a 2v2 setting, kick forward. Mebius defending the ball here. Semantic and Drage try to hold on. Now an aggressive stance here. A pull from Buzzco. A nice 1-2 punch there, but the fat splatter will get a nice return.
Yeah, Buzzco tries to bounce that back, keep his teammate alive, but couldn't quite do it. Lenane should be healing up shortly. Pulled back in, gets one, gets two, and it's just the Cordelius left alive. 3v1 should be a goal as well. The mute out, and no Shadow Realm for you as Lenane gets a bit of supercharge and the hypercharge too. 1 goal left.
I can't believe B got suckered into that. They can't be having that. The long distance brawler needs to keep the distance. Red roster now getting it desperate. Buzzco low HP. Squeak keeping them away for now. He's going to be throwing down a perfectly timed one there, cutting off this right hand in as Lenon has plenty of HP and plenty of damage output as well, as long as we know that he has that hypercharge. But VN Esporting survived the onslaught. Up super pass forward. Mebius trying to take his time, lines up the shot, fires downtown, and it will connect.
Super charge used there, though, to be able to get that goal in. Lenane did waste his hypercharge and super in the previous one and still lost that matchup. Buzzco throws the super onto him, but nice stuff there down the right-hand side, managing to get the trade out by Rama. As Lenane got one of his lanes down, it's back to this stalemate in mid, but a bit more of a range advantage for Foot at the moment, but super already grasped by Mebius.
Rama's got to start hitting some heavy hitting shots here. Drade's been able to avoid contact for a long time, and now they have control of the map. 3 blue brawlers, 1 goal away from moving to our upper bracket, and VN Esporting clustered in their own goal. They have a Shadow Realm available, but Foot Esports know they don't have to rush this. They're going to look for VN Esporting to make the first mistake.
I mean, if Lenane goes forward, he can get the goal, but maybe he's just going to put him straight in that Shadow Realm, but he actually chooses to go for Semantic, and this might open things up for Foot rather than shut it down. Nice stuff from Mebius, gets the kill on the left-hand side, but now Lenane's still got the ball in hand, shot from Drage to the right, and this might be an opportunity here. Goes for the pass forwards, and the Shadow Realm's still there from Mebius. Should pick up a few of these mushrooms, but not going to survive it. Lenane moving into a position once again.
Lenon going to be hugging that wall, get some damage, but not enough for a kill. Foot still with ball control here. VN Esporting continue to hold their breath. They're staying alive for now. And again, overtime, a scary prospect for Foot Esports. They have Jackie, Squeak, and Otis, but they are standing tall in brawlers right now. 7 seconds on the clock. A pass forward. A lone B in the goal side right now as Drage dribbles. Going in. A kick to the left. Semantic with a walk through. Buzzer beater for Foot Esports, who are going to our upper bracket.
3-0 yet again. VN Esporting knocked out their Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. Tough stuff for them, but Foot Esports heading straight to the Grand Finals once more.
Well, that's definitely not the result we were expecting after yesterday. Sonny, how are you feeling about VN Esporting?
I agree with you. I didn't expect that one. 3-0 once again. VN Esporting really didn't have their day today. It did seem like they can come back every now and then, but it just still wasn't enough to win a single set after all. Against Humble, they struggled even more, but honestly, I'm kind of happy now. Foot Esports is going to go into the finals and maybe finally giving Humble a tough time.
What an exciting goal to end it all, but for me, knockout. We got to talk and go back to knockout because unbelievable scenes, Kenny. That for me was the set where if VN Esporting were able to just claw that win, it could have been a very different story.
It could have. I mean, one set makes a world of difference, and going down in a 3-0 fashion almost feels wrong after how well they played in knockout. They took a lead, and they just couldn't convert. You know, it's got to hurt. I know they're going to be disappointing themselves. This is a team that's almost all year long. Buzzco, though, joins in this roster, does great. They leave off where they left Season 3. The #1 seed, tied 4 in terms of record, and just falling short a little bit further. LCQ the same way. I hope these are members and roster guys that we see come through next year, because I feel like they have work that is still left to be done.
Yeah, I fully agree. And Trevor, I want to ask you as well, because we had some reservations on Foot Esports as we just revised the bracket very briefly before discussing it further. Humble, of course, are looking very, very solid for me at the moment. They get that extra set in the Grand Finals as a result of staying within the upper brackets. We wave goodbye to VN Esporting, but for Foot Esports, who we had some big reservations on yesterday, how are you feeling about their performance today? Do you feel like it's back to business as usual?
I mean, I think they looked good. I think they looked really good. I don't know if it's back to business as usual just yet, but at the same time, I still felt like Humble are the favourites coming into this one, regardless of both of them being 3-0 sweeps there in the first stage, both being VN 3-0. I still felt like Humble's just that bit more confident. They didn't drop games, they didn't drop rounds, and they just looked a lot better.
Yeah, I kind of feel like for me, Foot Esports, considering yesterday was as abysmal as it was for them, considering that they had a 5-2, it was not the same team yesterday, but today, they're looking like they are looking better. I mean, this is the same spot that they were in Season 3's Challenge Final, Sonny. So it's very familiar territory for them at this moment in time. The question now is, can they go all the way?
Is it going to be Symantec for the 4th time, is it now? Again, on 2nd place would be really hurtful for him. Of course, I'm kind of shook that VN Esports team wasn't able to bring it back. As we talked about, they are the ones that usually really profit on the position when they're down at the bottom. Now, it seemed like FUT Esports was just waiting in the lower bracket, bringing it back and making it all the way into the finals. And I really do believe they're looking a lot better than yesterday. They can give Humble a tough time.
I agree. I think we've got a great grand finals lined up on our hands. I believe somebody got a clip for the telestream to show us, so head on over there and talk us through the moments. There were quite a couple in that last game to choose from, so I know that you've got a banger for us lined up.
I couldn't really get around to choose a Brawl Ball clip. It was a bit on too short notice. Didn't expect that 3-0 to really happen once again. But yeah, we are going to have a clip, of course, of that knockout set, because knockout was one of those sets where VN Esports team was really shining, and that shows a shining moment for them, just to give them another honorable mention, another honorable shout out. We're going to focus on, first of all, Rama. He's going to get a great TP. Then after that, Busco just dodging like he never dodged before. Really amazing. And Mebius in the end cleaning up, making this second to last round still a win for VN Esports. In the end, we all know knockout was taken by FUT Esports, but still some great plays that we want to see. We see Rama TPing over here. Great plays by him. Now, Rama falling to the smoke there, to a shot by Lena. Lena and Strage now against Mebius and Busco. Busco is already one shot, so it really looks like we have a lot more HP points on the side of FUT Esports. But in the end, it's going to be Mebius, the last man, still standing there. Lena and him in a 1v1. Mebius just has the faster reload there, gets it. And still, it wasn't meant to be. It was a knockout set that went all the way to the very last moment. Now, we just see Mebius cleaning up. Now we're gonna watch a clip of Lena, this guy doing just the same. Hypercharge ready, and he's ready to wreak havoc with it once more. FUT Esports didn't get a single scratch onto their safe, and Lena makes sure that it stays that way. 15 seconds left on the clock, and he doesn't let Rama or Busco walk through there. Great hypercharge pop there, great super cycle. In the end, they do get a single scratch, 4% taken off their save, but you can't really say that this hurt a lot for Esports taking this set as well. So all in all, good plays from both teams, but FUT Esports made it into the finals.
Awesome stuff. Thank you very much, Sonny, for that. Yeah, Kenny, I mean, for me, very back and forth. I've got to ask the question, though. We know now who is in our grand finals. Which out of these two teams are looking better for you? For Esports or Humble?
I'm scared for Humble if FUT Esports are back to them former selves, because I think coming into this, you know, World Finals aside, I feel like FUT and Nouns were very even in that setting and looked really powerful and strong. This is also the team that did overcome, you know, the regular season through the BSC year all along. They've been more consistent than Humble, but Humble played the same opponent, they played them better, and they have yet to drop a single set this weekend. As crazy as it sounds, I think on paper, Humble might be the favorite.
Wow, we are about to find out. Our grand finals table is about to be set. Will it be FUT Esports or will it be Humble that are crowned the Season 4 champions? We're about to find out after a very short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy, where we are finally in our grand final stage. We're about to find out which team is going to lift the SPS trophy from home and take home the lion's share of that prize pool. Will it be FUT Esports? Will it be Humble? For me, Humble have been looking the better over the course of this challenge finals, but FUT Esports coming back to life a little bit as a result of that last matchup. Trav, you went with FUT Esports?
I've been forced to go with FUT Esports. But I think Humble are the favourites coming into it, but I'm happy to go with my prediction of FUT Esports.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, you can't not be after that performance, right?
It did look much better, Sonny, that's to say the least. I mean, the drafts are where, for me at least, FUT Esports have always tended to thrive. From what we've seen from Humble, how they're faring when it comes to that kind of, level, because Drage is like the mastermind for FUT Esports when it comes to those drafts, but Humble have been raised up a notch. It's got to be said, like their performance in the challenge finals has been very, very convincing for me.
They're showing us consistently good drafts. They're showing us amazing gameplay. The pinches were there whenever needed. Honestly, Humble have been playing Brawl Stars at its finest today. I'm really scared for FUT Esports if they can win this one here as well. They did so in the challenge season, 3-1 to them. Now, yesterday was a 3-1 towards Humble. FUT Esports only able to win against Nouns that aren't here today anymore, but they already reversed that and broke the curse, winning against VN in a very convincing way. So they can repeat that against FUT Esports, against Humble today. I do feel like that. But yeah, all that being said, Humble on paper still should win that one.
Yeah, Kenny, we've got the grudge match on our hands of day 7 in the challenge season, where FUT Esports did get a convincing win over Humble, but that was then. This is now. Give me a scoreline. What do you think is going to go down for this? And we've got to remember as well, in this grand finals, it's going to be a best of 7, best of 5 format. So that could definitely make a big world of difference when it comes to those moments of being behind, having time, to your side to catch up and try to level out the playing field. It's going to be an option available to both teams here.
Look, it's got to be said, maybe they just needed a good night's sleep. Is that the craziest thing to think? Maybe FUT Esports just needed a new fresh start in today's their day. But an already 1-0 lead for Humble, and the Christmas ornament has spoken for me. I've been a Humble fan all year long. Clearly, me and Ark have been their biggest advocates.
Never doubt them for a second.
I'll go 4 for Humble, 2 FUT.
4 for Humble, 2 for FUT. Sonny, where's your head at for this?
I mean, Humble already has 1 point advantage, so I don't know. I'm gonna say 4 Humble, 1 FUT.
Fan, what do you think?
Listen to this. Listen to this, right? 4-1 FUT, mate.
Oh, they don't get a single one.
4 straight, baby. 4 straight.
I think 4-2 Humble. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. The draft coming in, though, for field goal. Charlie Band, we haven't seen her all weekend. We're not going to see her all weekend. Lou, Rosa.
Don't know that yet.
I mean, we don't know, but I'm just saying. I mean, it's so unlikely, isn't it, at this stage? Willow, Dynamite, and Macy. Macy Band, finally. We've been saying this, or at least I have time and time again, that I think Macy is now in the realms of being ban-worthy. And it feels like FUT have woken up to that, and it is a brawler which Humble have first picked time and time again. So I like that from FUT. The first pick of Stu in Brawl Ball is never a bad thing. I imagine the Speed Zone gadget they're going to be being used and giving FUT Esports that additional maneuverability. The Spike, the B as well for Humble, a good starting draft for field goal for me so far.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking more of the same. I like this Stu so far, and how well Filippo's been playing on this Spike. I think that kind of gives him the advantage already. And B, at the same time, I don't know if it's kind of like a pick that they really wanted, or if it's just taken away from FUT Esports. And Nani, let's not underestimate Nani, all right? Nani is literally my goat of this tournament. So have you been watching Semantic on this brawler? Like, it might not be the best brawler on the map, right? But Semantic can make it happen.
I do agree. It's a solid choice. It's just a bit avant-garde, let's say, to say the least. But, Sonny, Kenny, our grand finals table is set. Head to the casting desk and let's crown ourselves a champion.
Let's do it.
Let's gather all around for the finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are there finally. We have our two lost teams, Humble, FUT Esports, going with a few of their comfort picks already for the first set. Here we see Filippo probably on that spike again, and Nani has been brought out by FUT Esports twice in a row in the first two sets against VN. Now again, Cordelius as well. It feels like comfort picks all over.
I like it a lot, and then bringing in Buster as this final selection is kind of going to play into the Cordelius a little bit. I think Cordelius is going to have to be a big playmaker, and Nani, like Ark was kind of alluding to, is a little more surprising on this map specifically, but I'm not going to underestimate it similar to Trav. It's a brawler that the pro scene is very much valuing right now. They're excelling with, and Semantic's been fantastic with it all weekend long.
Let's see if he can pop off another time. Field goal is going to be our very first map. We're going to have 6 in total. It's a best of 7, but Humble is starting with a bit of a lead here since they come from the upper bracket. They haven't lost a life just yet, so it's already 1-0 up for them, which, yeah, a great head start, gives some motivation. Let's see if they can make it to use.
Yeah, they've been gifted this Christmas season with a set lead, more than earned though, and FUT Esports looking to be a little bit of the Grinch and take it away from them here. Lenon in the mid, dueling with Luki to kick things off. Little return to Cinder popped. It's going to be him playing this brawler this time, rather than Semantic, who's going to be rocking Cordelius here. Already though, the blue side forced into their spawn. Drage moving down this right hand in Semantic with an opportunity to remove one brawler, and they do. Drage now trying to isolate against Luki. Filippo there to cover the teammate as well. Semantic in the underworld dealing with Cyclone as well. Not going to be enough there, so for now the blue side is going to survive this onslaught.
Very wise from Semantic to remove Cyclone of all the brawlers. He has a gadget that can very well defend. Filippo now still standing, clears the ball there. Great job by him, owning it around. Cyclone still standing, and with the ball out of the way, Lena can't score just yet, but great aggression already shown to us by FUT Esports.
Phenomenal defensive effort there from Luki and Cyclone. Right back down to the Shadow Realm for Cyclone though. Semantic keeping the distance, knowing Cyclone is just forced to back away. Going to likely be regrouping with his teammates as Semantic looks for an angle. For now though, the sharpshooter not going to be able to find anything, as this is not a wide open lane.
Drake on the right-hand side, getting rid of Filippo. Doesn't see Cyclone still standing. He was so low. Might as well have gone down. But instead, he's going to score 1-0 up for Humble already. FUT Esports still has over a minute, though, to turn things around here. More than enough time to do so.
He was on his last health points, and he still did enough. And now Lenon just walking this forward. No, Semantic is dealing with one. Going for a shield, just going for some kind of opening as well. A kick over the teammate, but I think an accidental play there. Now a pull, interception, super pass away, and Cyclone more than makes up for it.
Cyclone here popping off first, scoring that one still just a few seconds ago now with the ball clearing there. Great gadget use, and that's exactly why Semantic is usually focusing on that tank. All 3 members of Humble ready and healthy once again, pushing into mid now. 3v2 situation, getting rid of Semantic. Lena falls low there as well. Luki with a hypercharge shot there. Big shot on B. Rage on the left-hand side trying to go up against Filippo. Filippo now with hypercharge ready. This could very well be another goal here from the side of Humble.
Semantic doing his best. They will successfully defend for now. A kick forward, but instantly eradicated there with 13. They're going to have to find a way to this ball, and Filippo knows the time on the clock. He's just going to dump this off to the bottom left-hand side. Little hyper charge for good measure. And our number 1 coming into the day, the undefeated team, will continue the streak. They have yet to drop a game.
That was very convincing stuff coming out of Humble. Didn't really seem like FUT Esports had too many opportunities, except the one right from the start, where I really thought FUT Esports comes back, and Brawl Ball is one of their best modes. It is also for Humble though, so it's kind of a 50-50 after all. Let's see if FUT can turn things around here.
Let's see how even FUT can try and make this. They need to be putting up points on the board. Keep in mind, since this is up to 7 sets, Humble get the extra benefit here with a 1-0 lead, and they're going to take the first game along with it. Everybody dueling in the mid, but Semantic, the first aggressor. Life Plant is a line of defense, but it won't be able to block a Shadow Realm here. Semantic closing the gap. Somehow Spike's going to hold on for as long as he can, but it's still not enough. Now Lenon charging down the left-hand side. Drage covering the right. Cyclone, the lone brawler for now, passing it forward. And they know they just don't have enough time. Going to dump this off and just hope to find some chip shots on the enemy team.
Humble holding on here with their bare lives. All of them still standing in the spawn. Filippo falling. Luki and Cyclone trying to put the ball out of that pocket. Managing to shot the ball up now with the super. For Esports needs to get it first, but they're still keeping them all the way back into spawn. And they're now able to pass the ball into Drake straight through the super slots. That one in. Filippo was too slow to catch it. 1-0 for Foot Esports. Now 1 minute 30 on the clock still for Humble.
Fantastic shot coming in from Foot Esports. A beautiful one to kick off game number 2 here. Once again, Semantic in position. A few supers along the way for them as well. And now a Nani peeping, coming, rearing its ugly head right for Lukey. The shield enough to dodge it for now. Cyclone getting a pickup as well. And the life plant providing some valuable coverage here, but still not enough. What a beautiful shot coming in from Lukey, though. A return from Lenane. It's a battle of the snipers right now.
Dodges are definitely there from the side of Lukey. The shots, though, from Lena as well. He's just waiting it out now. He knows as long as they refuse to get a goal scored from Humble here, they can win this one very well. Semantic pushing up aggressively. Fold immediately. Lena now as well with the hypercharge pop from the side of Filippo. All 3 members of Humble standing in front of the goal. No chance to opening up the map, though. They need to get the kills incoming, and they only have 40 seconds left.
That was a phenomenal play from Drage. That was an opportunity for the blue roster to move forward, but he got basically a 2v1 in that interaction. Buys time for his teammates, and now with 30 to go, it's going to be the red roster with some control.
Looking out, tapping, gets the kill onto Lena. Himself then falling, taken out by Semantic. Drage and Semantic still pushed up very far ahead. Playing in the lower third for this whole duration of the game. It seems like 15 seconds left on the clock now for Humble to still score, but they need to get the ball out of the corner first. Semantic taking Luke into the Shadow Realm, getting rid of him. Lena and Drage still standing. 1v2 situation for Cyclone. It's not going to be happening for Esports, equalizing the scoreline in Brawl Ball.
This is great stuff from Foot Esports. They have to start off by holding their ground. Don't feed the confidence that Humble has. They have been winning outright every single match so far this weekend. One team, I believe, has drug them to a set 5, but other than that, Humble have been untouched. Our Cinderella story still with the lead as well. And Foot Esports, if they can establish some sets early, that 1-0 deficit just off playing this match won't seem nearly as daunting.
Foot was able to snack away a set yesterday, but not more than that. Humble now already in the lead, 1-0 up. And now Brawl Ball is gonna determine the further course of this match. Luki with a big shot. Opening up the map now, Lena making great use of that peep. Cyclone being really low there, gets pinched between Drage and Semantic. They're just trying to reset here, trying to stay alive for their teammate to come back here. Shadow Realm for Filippo and Semantic. Filippo picks up a mushroom there, falls in the end. Luki can't get rid of Semantic. Cyclone needs to do the job, but with Lena and Drage still up against him, this is still Foot Esports with a lot of aggression and great goal opportunities.
That was a great bait by Nani as well to avoid the incoming pull from Cyclone, and now he's about half HP. A super available and a misconnection there from Cordelia is going to be a big opportunity now. A super shot available and possibly a pass going down. Cyclone knows he doesn't have the HP to take this, though. A beautiful bullet coming in from Lenon. A super as well. He's shut down, though. They may have enough HP to get this in, and Lukey does. It's going to be a goal for Humble in game 3.
Great stuff. Cyclone body blocking there for Lukey so he can just walk it in. And it only takes a few seconds for Humble to push back. For Esports, having them in the spawn at all times at gunpoint. And still, Humble are the ones to score in the end. Peep coming down on Lukey there. He's quite low, still shooting, still having his big shot. Whenever Semantic comes out of Shadow Realm, he's going to fall probably not to Lukey in the end. Gets revenge immediately. Lenana, 1v2 situation once again. Filippo with a super shot can slot that one in. Duo up now. They take the second Brawl Ball game.
Beautiful shot coming in there towards the end. Great timing and way to execute on offense. There are some tough situations there for Humble, but they evaded them every single time. They didn't feed into Foot. They didn't give him an opportunity to really go for that ball. The best Foot could do was kind of look for kills and positioning, but never really lined up any good shots for themselves. An interesting choice early, too, to break open those walls on the goal sides. We'll see if Lenon chooses to do that again.
This is going to be a long first set already. I'm here for it. Semantic with the next range Shadow Realm onto Lukey. Still gets hit quite heftily. Is able to pick up some mushrooms. Probably stays alive here. Cyclone and Lukey will be ready to pinch him whenever he gets out. He does get away with his life, but still it manages. He manages single-handedly to give Foot Esports the edge over Humble once again. Humble pushback all the way into spawn once again.
There's that wall break. And now Cyclone marching up the map. All 3 brawlers from the red side are going to have to focus him, and it's not going to come to a lot there. Kind of wasting a life, wasting a super, and now losing another member as well. Lenon leading the charge down the middle of the map. Super shot available for Drage as well. Semantic picking with the ball. Nani peep right-hand side. They look for the connection. The teleport blow up is there. Beautiful execution, and Foot will be the first on the leaderboard here.
What a perfect timing there, breaking up the map, slotting that one in. 1-0 up now for Esports, able to equalize the score in Brawl Ball maybe any second now. 1 minute 20 still left on the clock for Humble to still make this one count. Filippo falling 2v3 situation. Semantic and Cyclone in the Shadow Realm both fall quite low. Semantic jumps out of the way, still has gadgets left as well. Peep coming in, getting the takedown onto Cyclone there. Lucky Filippo once again pushback into their own goal here. This could very well be for Esports taking this game, but Filippo survives it, 200 HP, and he snacks the ball away.
They were just a moment away from a goal there and dragging this to a game number 5. Still plenty of opportunity to work with. The Peeps have been so good at connecting, whether that be the goal, enemy players, but now they may get overwhelmed. Semantic gonna drag one to the Shadow Realm, and they know they have a breakaway opportunity. Luki, top right-hand side, super shot once again, and gonna put it through the back of the net. Humble, 1 goal away from taking the set.
Not the best timing on that Shadow Realm. Cyclone was still able to push up there, equalizing the score in this one. Humble might be the ones to take this set. Push back into spawn once again, getting the takedown onto Drage, now able to push up there. Semantic using his last gadget to jump out of the way. Himself and Lena now all the way back just to defend that goal. Great use of a Shadow Realm this time around. Filippo's out of the way. Almost a goal there once again. Drage just catches it, falls in the end. Lena shielding himself, doesn't get a connection with Filippo and Luki. When the walls are falling, Humble are in the favorable position.
Drage now trying to extend for this ball. Doesn't have a super though, and the needles will strike right through him. Semantic in a 1v1 versus a hypercharged brawler. The scariest thing you could possibly imagine. But a kick over, wide open net for Cyclone, and Humble takes set number 1.
Amazing plays from both sides, but Humble takes it in the end. Great pass there in the end as well. Cyclone just walking up like on a Sunday stroll, getting the ball, super shot into the goal, and with that we are done with the first set. For Esports, able to claim at least a game. We didn't see that coming out of VN. So are they really there yet to beat Humble today?
It's going to be tough. Obviously, they get that 1-0 buffer from coming through the upper bracket. So in terms of the first set played, looked pretty convincing. They'll be rewarded with a 2-0 lead. Keep in mind, it's 4 to win this match. It's our big, bad grand final. And Humble are certainly the villains at the end of the road here. The final boss for Foot. And right now, they've got a world of hurt being dealt to them.
I'm still scared for Esports here. Humble looks very convincing. Foot had so many opportunities to get in front of their goal, but never managed to actually make it count to get the goals in. Every single time they did so, Humble was able to push them back once again, getting 1 or 2 goals themselves. Overtime was also kind of in the name of the hypercharged brawlers. Spike once again, Filippo popping off on that brawler. And we're gonna head straight into the next match here, which I love to see. Maisie and Spike now both banned out. Those 2 have been the most picked brawlers by Humble.
Otis going to be a first overall here too. And of course, when we see Charlie on the left-hand in, that means right-hand in is going to have that first selection. Maisie has been everywhere this weekend, was everywhere at World Finals. It's not too surprising. I mean, actually a double Sandy banned as well, which is really interesting here, considering Sandy has been a more prominent force. The win rate spoke for itself, about 70% at the World Finals. It is a brawler that is threatening and maybe even a little slept on, no pun intended, in this competition.
Are you sure that wasn't intended? It was a very good one.
It was intended. It was intended. It was
Just
hand up.
Take it. Give yourself the credit there. Stu is going to be picked up by Humble, one of the brawlers that they love to play, so they don't really mind. So far, the Fit Esports has banned out 3 of their best brawlers, it seems like. Stu is going to come out and probably accompanied by something with a bit more DPS, because that's usually where Stu is slacking. Otis, great use to get some area control, pin or punt. One of those maps where you just need mid control at all times.
And grabbing Ims here too is really interesting. I guess trying to bring up some anti-tank ideas of their own. Stu, of course, can kind of skate back and forth, stay out of harm's way. And I feel like World Finals was a good reminder for me of what Stu can really bring to the table. 3rd most played brawler. Pretty successful. I mean, the win rate wasn't necessarily where you'd love to see it, but clearly it's a brawler that pros love to use. And if you're a pro, you're going to be able to excel on it. It's a very difficult brawler to play, but if you can make it work, it can be a big reason why you win.
It can be. I kind of still wait some hypercharge brawlers here. Louis still open, Colette is still open. We have Spike and Maisie out of the way, but there's still many options. B is going to come out of Foot Esports. has been showing up here today quite often. Not really at World Finals, but she seems to be better now than 2 weeks ago. At least our teams seem to like her better. Of course, she brings the range that Ems and Stu are missing, so it's definitely going to be against those two. And they already have some area control. Cordelis would still be an option here as well. Many of the brawlers we've seen the previous Brawl Ball set.
Yeah, B, I feel like shown up today more now than ever. I mean, even a little bit yesterday to a degree, but it's probably one of the most played brawlers today. Shelly, one, though, that I'm always excited to see. Somebody that is a dynamic playmaker, has got the long range with the gadget, the hypercharge. It's just so much fun to watch.
Definitely. I do love to see that Lena or Semantic probably rocking that brawler and doing just as much as they just did with Cordelia. Some fancy plays, breaking up the map there along the way. The bushes in mid as well. It's going to help the B, popping off even more than you already can on this brawler if you tap those shots. And Humble now with the last pick, probably not going to go with the tank regarding the B, and the Shelly on the other side going to go with Squeak. They finally have some area control on their own hands and some range. It's still not enough to go up against the B, in my opinion. I kind of side with for the Esports draft here. Yeah, range is definitely not Humble's strongest option right now. I mean, they've got Squeak, who can throw it far, but it's not the highest DPS. It's not something like a B or a Shelly gadget. Even Otis, to a degree, is a medium range kind of brawler, and Stu's really gonna have to just find a way to get close to these brawlers. The only one that really they have the ability to do so is Shelly. So this is really interesting. Im's kind of in that in-between too, where it's not like a single projectile like somebody like B. It's kind of just throwing out a fan of spray, and that's about the best you can do there. So really interesting to kind of see how that interacts. With those bans, not many options left for the two teams to pick up. We don't see any hyperjet brawler except Shelly. Very interesting to see that. Not any Lu, not any Colette. We go back to the old meta in a way. Luki and Semantic have fallen already. 2v2 situation now. Philip on the right-hand side clears Drage with some help from his teammate Cyclone, and him now standing mid, waiting for Luki to come out of spawn once again. And as I said, mid control is everything on Pinhole Punt. Another Brawl Ball battle here. The 2-0 lead for Humble. Right now, they're in the driver's seat as well. Drage popping a gadget out of desperation, just looking to play some defense. And Lenon, the last man standing here. Squeak super hypercharged, though, will have something to say about any enemy oncoming brawlers. Filippo gonna pick up this ball for now, but knows they don't quite have it yet. Gonna buy his time, have some positioning, and utilize that Squeak gadget to get his teammate back in action. Filippo makes Stu look even better than he is. Every single time I see this man on the brawler, he's opening up the map, he's getting the kill. Semantic falling here as well. They just can walk it in here. Filippo decides to go with a sneaky super shot. 1-0 up now for Humble. And a little speed zone to kick off as well. Cut off on the left-hand end, and Drage gonna be tasked with taking on some long-range shots. Connects the first one there. A first pickup going their way. Now Lenon feeling inspired by the teammate, going for some sniper shots of his own, trying to maneuver around these Squeak bullets as well. And Cyclone once again returning to action and just hasn't really been able to do much here until this moment. He does get the kill in the end there. Lenon falls, and with that mid control back on the side of Humble, they can just wait it out, but they decide to still play it aggressive here. Filippo with another pick up here. Drake is falling. Semantic and Lena both quite low as well. Looks very much in favor of Humble. 3 brawlers, 2 of them on the left-hand end, and M's really starting to bring the area control. Drage trying to slide these bullets through. A B shot not able to connect, but Lenon will chase them down as well. Hypercharge once again, already his second of the game. Squeak making 1 tag count there, but not going for the slowdown, rather the extra damage and up close and personal. It's going to be a struggle here as Stu grabs this ball, and with 28 to go, Foot have to grab this ball. Filippo decides to just corner it for now. 20 seconds left on the clock for Fred Esports to get that ball out of the corner, getting the kills to finally sneak up all the way towards the goal of Humble. It doesn't seem like they can do so. 15 seconds left on the clock. Fred Esports team wiped once again. Humble starting off very convincing into this second set. Beautiful plays overall. Foot Esports really never able to have a chance there. They're going to be tallying their scores there at the end a little bit, boosting the KD ratio. But nonetheless, it's Humble taking another game. Maybe Brawl Ball is just their game mode. I do kind of feel like we have a bit of a longer matchup needed here for the side of Foot Esports. They need to break up the map first before they can do anything. If Humble manages to get an early goal like they just did, it's going to be very tough for Foot Esports. They need a broken up map by Lena to really pop off with that B and Otis comp to make use of their long-range brawlers. Well, it starts with getting some kills off the early game, and they have not been able to find that yet. It's going to be the blue roster now marching forward, just a lone Drage standing, and he does shut this down. Big insta-B-load going down there as they're able to get the big-time tag. Luki, the last man standing in the mid for now, and it's going to be a little bit of a reset. And that's exactly what Esports needs. They can't let Humble score in those first few seconds. Anytime now, EUR&MENA will get his first super, being able to break up the map, break up those walls, but he doesn't manage in the end. Team wipe once again. Humble makes it at 1-0 up at once more. 40 seconds into the game, that's all it takes for Humble to score.
I feel like there are a lot of possibilities for Foot here too. They have the extra range from B, but they just got to be hitting, and Filippo is just taking off down this right-hand side. Drage once again tasked with trying to do this alone. Lenan now filling in for him as Cyclone looks to try and get a pinch here alongside Filippo, and it's going to be a success on the blue side. Cyclone guarding this ball. Semantic with a mute button available, but Lukey lining up every single shot. Cyclone cleaning up as well, and now they may have an opportunity here.
Rage and Lena still standing. Rage not looking too healthy there, still shooting. They need to defend this one, otherwise this is already going to be second game going towards Humble here. Great cleanup here. Filippo slots it in. Humble 2-0 up in this Brawl Ball set as well.
Foot Esports were right there with him on our very first map, but it has been a runaway here with Humble. Not even close in the meantime, and we really haven't seen Foot take a stance where they can try and even get a goal. They're going to have some of these early pickups. I feel like for me, the midfield interaction off the start of each game has not gone Foot's way, and that's what has to change here for them.
Humble just has to come for the early game. Like I said, Foot Esports needs to prevent them from scoring early, need to break up the map so they have a chance to still turn things around. But once again, Filippo and Cycler just running through. Semantic falls to Luki on the left-hand side. And with that, Humble claims an even quicker goal here. 20 seconds, and it's 1-0 already.
Filippo can have whatever he wants in this right-hand lane. He has not dropped a single time. He's just skating up the map, getting an insta-kill on Drage, and it's leaving them vulnerable. This time, though, it's going to be the left-hand end, and Drage left all on his own on the right. Does have the ball under his control, but here we go again. Filippo moving up and terrorizing this right-hand side. Does pick up the kill as well. Has a super shot if needed. Shelly blasting the right-hand in, but Filippo looking for the long-distance shot. This is going to be a tough one to demonstrate. Linane surviving, will go down, and just going to drop this ball off for his teammate to hopefully pick up.
Lena so often the last defense. Now it was Semantic falling together with Drage. Humble takes this set as well. 3-0 already. They're able to claim the match point in the second set. What a run from Humble today and yesterday. Can they clean this one up in a 4-0? Kenny, what are your thoughts?
I mean, Humble are powering through this. Set number one, and especially earlier when we saw Foot Esports play, it looked like business as usual, back to the Foot Esports we're used to seeing. But maybe Humble are just the team to be right now. They've hardly dropped sets. I mean, barely any games just today. They're still looking as tough as ever. They already had a 1-0 lead, earning their way through that upper bracket, and now Foot Esports have an even tougher task than VN did earlier. They don't have to overcome 3 sets. They have to overcome and win 4 straight. 3 games for each of those as well. 12 games is an unbelievable number to tackle.
It is very unbelievable. I don't believe what I'm seeing on the screen. Ever since yesterday's matches have started, Humble is just running through their opponents, and it really doesn't seem like Foot Esports has any footing in this one. They need a good draft, and they had that. I don't really feel like it was a big of a draft difference. Humble just played it so very clean, turning things around every single time Foot Esports had an opening. They were somehow standing exactly where Foot wanted to shoot that ball. We had Brawl Ball twice in a row now, finally going over to Gem Grab. Do you feel like this is going to favor Foot a bit more?
I don't know how we can pick Foot to be an advantage for anything. I mean, Humble haven't lost today. Filippo's just that guy, too. That was an unbelievable execution of Stu. It's a hard brawler to play. I can't say that enough. It's one of the higher skill cap brawlers that there are, and he was dominating that right-hand lane. And Drage, to a degree, it's a tough one to take on, even with something like a honeycoat pot. You can only defend so much. If Stu is cycling supers like he was, they're going to be unstoppable. Filippo has just been an absolute superstar for me.
Humble also going with that Ems, a brawler that we haven't seen in a while. She's very niche, she can work, but especially against the comp that Foot was showing here, I didn't really feel like she had the range to really deal with those brawlers, and they somehow managed. It doesn't even matter what they're drafting today, they just make it work, especially when Filippo is on that Stu, as you mentioned. This man is popping off. Yesterday on Spike had a few incredible moments, today on the Stu. I really don't want to ever face this guy on any single game mode.
It's been a story mode this season, too. I mean, VN Esporting, one of the teams that we talked about a lot, having Buzzco coming in and being one of those new players. Humble have some change-ups as well, though. They're a 4-man roster, and bringing in Filippo and having him start, something that caught us off guard even a little bit on day number 1. And he's been shining and more than earned his spot on whatever team that's going to be in 2024. Hopefully the same. They're finding great success right now. I mean, Humble might be crowned champions here pretty soon.
I mean, Humble claimed a 3-0 yesterday, didn't lose a single one of their matches. Can they make it a 2-0 today? Just running through this two-day finals completely, not even dropping a single set. That would make for a great story. The Season 4 winner, Humble is very worthy of that.
Yeah, I mean, they've earned it. Again, even if we've had teams like Zeta Division, Reply Totem, SK not be here, these teams took those teams down. They have more than earned this. Humble has been on an undefeated streak today. For Championship Sunday, that is unheard of. This is as top-tier competition as it gets. Foot was a team that beat them out going to Worlds. This team barely missed the mark at LCQ to get there. And all of a sudden, December comes around and they're ready and rearing to go. This is a team that's looking threatening. And I just really would be shocked if Foot could find a way. I hope they do. This is the grand finals. I want to see Foot put up their big effort here because this is our last match of the year. But Humble may just be that good.
Let's see. I mean, we're going to find out if Foot Esports at least can claim a single set, or if Humble really closes this one off on a 0-set loss. We already have the whole draft in now. Charlie, Lou, and Terra being banned out on the side of Humble. Terra, one of those brawlers that Foot Esports love, so I do like to see those bans. Again, a lot of hypercharge out of the way. Let's see with what they came up with here. Luki again on that Nani, already is scared here to see that. Filippo now being on that Shelly himself. On the side of Foot Esports, it's going to be Piper, Spike, and Colette. So some hypercharge coming in now, but it doesn't really help Foot Esports so far. 3-0 lead already for Humble.
Nani going to be a great counterplay into Piper. Granted, they will have the wall break on Drage's side. A nice escape mechanism, too, if they really need it. Lenon with a big victory on that right-hand side. Semantic with one of his own, too. A little scary. He'll just go ahead and bounce out of this from the mid. And it will be now map control for the other end. But here comes the Nani peep. Nice dodge there from Lenon. But he's going to be winding this up, looking for a life plant connection. Semantic barely missteps, and it will cost him his life.
Oh my god, Nani head on Lenon. The other two shooting him as well. Cyclone trying to pinch him together with Luki there, and Lena still alive, giving Drake a lot of time to pick up a few more gems here along the way. Finally, equal scoreboard here. Great shot coming in from Drake, just barely survived that one at 20 HP. Return to sender did its work. Drake still happily picking up some more gems. For Esports taking over the lead now.
Drage can be absolutely nasty on this brawler. A great sharpshooter in Piper. Anon now in prime position, hiding in this grass. Has a hypercharge that's a click away and can hit that big purple button whenever he wants. And now he's going to activate it. Here goes for one. Now wants more. He's hungry for Luki as well, but the shield going to help him out. Anon running away with 3. Return to Cinder, connecting 727, but Drage bails his teammate out of a terrible situation. Hypercharge to cover up the gym and that right-hand side as well. They are unafraid. They are standing tall, and it's about time that Foot start getting in on the action here.
And they are in the action, waking up finally? Question mark. For Esports taking this first game. Can they make it their set? Definitely very dangerous there on the right-hand side. Lena over and over again pushing them back, not really giving Luki and Cyclone on that right-hand side any wiggle room. Philippa on the left-hand side doing a great job against Semantic, but all in all, this was all in the name of Lena and Drake for me, pinching the opponents like Humble did in all of the previous sets we've witnessed from them so far.
Drage trying to tag team on this left-hand in, but it's actually Filippo who gets the victory. A trade out as well. Semantic winning out, but Cyclone now in perfect positioning, and another life plant a little misplaced. He was just too close to it, and Luki is once again taking advantage, but Lenon in a big way just saved a little bit of room for Foot here.
Lenon's Rage again with the great pinches incoming, getting rid of Cyclone there. Luki already with 5 gems though. You just can't give Humble Nani on any gem grab map. They make it work so perfectly. Luki now getting rid of Semantic there, trying to heal up. Didn't really work out for him there. Drake one-tapping Cyclone on the right-hand side, helping out Lena so often. Really wins them the right-hand side lane.
Finally, a couple gems for Foot here too. Lenon diving in and more than taking a few connections as well. Filippo getting a victory, but it will ultimately be a trade. Long-distance shots coming in from Luki. Drage low HP, and now complete map control for Humble. We're only a couple away.
I mean, the mid-matchup, Luki has to win that one. Return to sender, the best counter to a Piper you can have. Semantic on the left-hand side now with Hypercharge. Maybe if Esports can push back here. He gets taken out by the Nani. Peep Luki also knows who to focus on now with Hypercharge now as well. Popped also by Filippo though. Both of them just battling it out, the two Hypercharge brawlers. 13 seconds left on the clock for Esports to still get rid of Luki or Filippo. Both will be enough here. Super coming down. Luki still shielded. Falls in the end. Countdown reset.
I don't know about that one, Chief. That was a scary moment right there. there, and now they're dropping gems. They do get this countdown, safe for now, and there's no way that Foot can get this from the mid. This time, Cyclone, I don't think, going to be taking any chances with his team's gem. Bottom right-hand side, Lenon rushing in. Drage moving into the right. Lenon taking a heavy bullet here from Nani. Return to sender will defend as well, and it's just Drage with 2 members of Humble. Body blocking here. Humble now only 2 games away from being Grand Finals champions.
Evening out the score here as well. Humble still looking as strong as ever. A bit shakily in the first game there. For the Esports really comes in with a banger. But Humble immediately turns things around here, knowing too well on who to focus now. It really felt like Luki every single time focused his Nani peeps on Semantic there in the left-hand side lane. Filippo is a bit struggling, has not as much range as Semantic and Drage. They're pinching him on the left-hand side immediately. And Filippo already fallen. For the Esports claims the lead once again.
Excellent start for Foot here. Tapping from Drage, Semantic staying alive and getting a very big victory in the lane against Filippo. That means everything, especially considering Semantic in that last game was a victim to that Nani peep quite a few times, using this life plant just to keep him afloat as long as he can, but Spike's a squishy brawler. Drage, though, playing the long distance just a little bit better right now as Cyclone picks on one on the right-hand end. A Spike super to try and slow down the Filippo push. And it is going to be enough for Drage to get a follow-through shot for the kill.
Great predict there as well. Luki was still standing in the bushes. Drage knew exactly where to shoot. Luki once again shielding himself here. Drage focusing on Cyclone. Drage more often than not helping out Lena on the right-hand side lane. Luki focusing on Semantic since Filippo is struggling. And it does seem to work out for both of those teams. For the Esports this time taking over the lead right from the get-go, not letting Humble pick up any gems in the aftermath. Now Lena fallen and Humble pushed up.
Now Humble with some control. Semantic actually going to flip sides here, looking to battle against Luki, maybe in the more wide open. They want to use Lenon to play the Shelly lane, keep some surprises under their belt. A hypercharged trade out right there. And Semantic getting connected with Return to Sender. Now all the gems on the ground as well. Not enough damage either. A connection not available for Lenon. Luki now stealing all of these gems, and Foot's going to have to get desperate.
Lena's super was just one tile too short. Humble only needs 3 more gems. Now 1 Cyclone picking up 2 in a row. Blue team has the countdown for the Esports. 15 seconds left on the clock for them. Again, it's either Cyclone or Luki. Both would be enough to still stop this countdown. Peep can't connect with Drage. He's there to shoot him. The shield as well. The reset. Drage with the taps and the gems now.
And Semantic, another big kill here too. 10 gems. But could be time in the mid for this if this one spawns quickly enough. And I think Drage knows this. They're going to hold the line. They have an escape mechanism, and he's forced away. Now they either need a kill or to sprint for these gems. 7 seconds to go. Semantic's going to fall. 1. Now Nani peep on the ground, but a bigger kill on the right-hand in. Lenon stealing 1 gem as well. Luki trading it out with the one he grabs from the mid. And Filippo trying to get on the action on the top. Foot desperate to grab these. Are going to use a super, and I don't know if that was the right choice. It's all going to work out for now, though, as Drage looking to steal some more. And amidst all the chaos, 21 gems for Foot.
22 gems spawned and all are on the side for the Esports now, laying on the ground, now able to pick up from Drage. 5 seconds left on the clock for the Esports, is running away with this game. Great stuff from them. Drage twice in a row resetting the countdown that Humble had.
I think Foot have to make this scrappy. That kind of game reminded me of one that they played earlier. And the setting that they played via an esporting, it wasn't always the most clean, but they were just in a grudge match. And in those moments, Foot have the experience. They've been to the big stages. They played from home. They played in arenas that have been filled out. In those moments, I feel like Foot has to rely on that veteran type of gameplay if they want to make it out alive. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't clean. But you know what? It was a win.
It was indeed. Those back and forth moments are what we live for in Brawl Esports. Finally, a set that is truly finals worthy here. Great taps coming in from Drage once again, clearing up Semantic's lane. Now also Lena's lane, Cyclone and Filippo both falling to Drage. And still, Humble has some gems collected. Luki now finally falling here as well. Drage doing a lot of work, picking up the 3rd gem any second. Now Lena trying to sneak away some of those gems from the side of Humble. Not able to. Still quite equal.
Love the effort there from Lenon just to try and squeeze by with a few extra gems, but fortunately now Drage is going to have to move back. A hyper charge from Semantic, just trying to dodge out the sniper shots. Life plant not enough to preserve him. They're going to focus this, but another sharpshooter shot coming in from Drage. He's been an absolute problem on this brawler. His teammate Lenon has hit some big supers as well, and now with him in positioning, hiding in these bushes on the right-hand side, he might be able to do even more. A mute button going to shut him down, though, as Drage is juggling all 3 of the enemy brawlers.
Crazy taps coming in from Rage time and time again. Humble still able to claim 6 gems on their names now. Luki standing in mid there. Walls all broken up on the side of Esports. They have nothing to hide behind anymore. Filippo and Luki both getting Lena and Semantic very low. Lena finally falling. Humble only needs to pick up 2 more for the final countdown to make it an even score once again.
Semantic early on taking some Nani peeps, but man, that was an impressive play there onto Filippo, running around that one individual wall, charging super, dodging shots, using life plant to his advantage. And it doesn't even matter. It's still a Humble countdown.
Again, they need to take down anyone, Filippo, Cyclone or Luke. If any one of them falls now, Cyclone can die. But Esports is able to reset that countdown. They don't want this to be a match point just yet. Lena popped hypercharge. Luke is still very healthy there. Filippo and himself still looking strong. Filippo falling, countdown reset. That is the 5th reset already from the side of Esports.
And a perfect prediction as well on the Nani peep. Right as Drage lands, I think he got tagged up there. So despite these takedowns that have happened time and time again, it is going to be Humble who survive it out. Luki, with 10 gems in the back pocket, will now put Humble on match point.
Wasn't fast enough to count. Could have Drage picked up all of those gems and actually equalized the score. It was only 10 gems on Luki's name. I'm sure chat can count this still at home. Such a close game. And Humble with match point now.
All on the line here. Foot with no room for error. No room to breathe. Every play must be perfect here. They've had several resets. They've come close. And once again, it's going to be a kickoff here where Drage is connecting a lot of bullets. Low HP for both sides here. An early pickup could be pivotal, and it's going to be Cyclone who strikes first.
This could already be the last game we see today. Filippo with a great sniper shot onto Drage. He's falling. Luki with a Nani peep, trying to go back into spawn, getting the takedown onto Lena. And again, for Esports just falling like flies. Luki picking up some more gems along the way. Humble already with 5 gems on their name. Straight takedown once again. Not a single member of Esports still alive.
This is all going poorly for Foot Esports, and this is the one game where they can't afford to do so. They have to step up. 3 supers in their back pocket, but Filippo, relentless, life plant barely keeping them alive. And finally Foot with maybe a little wiggle room.
Cyclone with mute there. Lena getting targeted by the peep once again. He's one shot now, trying to heal up with a great gadget there. Filippo already low. He does have hypercharge ready though. Drage trying to come in with those taps once again. They need to make it count now. For Esports finally pushing up now. They do collect some gems, getting the takedown onto Luke as well. Lena sweeps him, gets it with a super countdown for Foot.
And now he's popping a hypercharge as well. A pivotal pickup here for Foot. Filippo firing on all cylinders. Hypercharge inbound, and it's going to be a connection there. All the gems spilling on the ground. Graves clutching his veins though, jumps away. And now in the back corner with only 9, they're rushing for this top gem, making connections everywhere. And Luki popping a desperate return to Cinder here just to try and cling on to some positioning.
Drage triggered his super a bit too early there. Missed out on that single gem still lying on the floor. Finally picked up there by Semantic. They do have to count down. No chance for Humble to equalize the score. Still 7 seconds left on the clock for them to get the takedown. Drage or Semantic, both would be enough. Luki, the last man standing, jump from Drage. Foot Esports wins a set.
They can finally breathe at least a little bit here. 1 on the board for Foot, but plenty more to go if they even want a chance. Humble at their weakest lost 2 games today.
What?
That's the weakest they've looked, and they were still this close to taking an entire set. They made a few mistakes along the way. Foot weren't clean with it. Look at plays right here. This was absolutely chaos. But despite all that, Drage was tapping. Semantic, when it mattered most, clutched up. So you know what? A win's a win. Same goes for Humble as it does for Foot. The fact that they were able to come away with that and win that scrap fest, absolutely insane.
That 5th round of gem grab has actually been the best game we've seen all day and all yesterday as well. Just the back and forth. But imagine if that 1 gem would have mattered. Drage jumping away with only 9 gems. The 10th still lying there, and in the end they still get it. They get this set. Humble has now every opportunity still to clean this one up with a 3-1 or 4-1 in the end. But Foot is finally able to clutch back here. But as you said, it was still a very close one. Humble is looking strong as ever.
There were several moments there where I feel like Nani was getting reset on the back lines due to using the super, and I think Foot just pedaled to the metal. They got over their line, Piper shots up, Spike supers up, cycled the Spike supers, I mean multiple times just to try and get Nani down. In the second they were out of that super, the shots were fully hitting because the shield was off. And it just felt like several moments there where maybe Humble could have come away with it. They could have crowned themselves champions there, but Foot will try and play spoiler here. Kind of wild to me though that we are in a spot where he is a world champion, so I guess it makes sense that we ban Edgar a little bit.
Edgar is banned out, as well as the Cordelius double ban. Chuck is out of the way. Of course, he's one of the best bowlers on Heist now. But Ems as the first pickup, that's a very old meta. Back in, what was it, spring? It was always Colette or Ems in mid here. One of the two always banned out, and it's the case here now as well. I love to see that. Ems being the first pickup here, not really the best of damage potential, not the best at doing damage to save, but great at defending any potential tanks. For Esports is not taking this trap and not taking any of those tanks so far, which they are so good with. But they also proved to us before, Colt is just one of those bowlers that they are excel at as well.
Yeah, hypercharge on him, and they pair that with Colonel Ruffs. Ems, where she is not going to excel is when these walls open up. She really needs to be able to maneuver around that. In an open space, that super loses a lot of value. When you're able to hug to those walls and go through to the other side and tag up some enemy brawlers, I feel like that's where she gets a lot of her value in that area control sense of moving up the map. But Colt with a silver bullet or a super can open that up. Colonel Ruffs with a super can open up the map too. And they're just going to go bull as a response to, I mean, granted, those are not two direct tank counters on the other end of the Foot. You have Colette banned out here. You have Cordelius banned out. It kind of makes some sense to me, to be honest with you.
Yes, but you also spoke about how Foot has the best two brawlers to open up the map, so I don't know if it makes sense to pick up Bull at this position. They needed something to deal damage to save. They can go with something long range now themselves. Bell, maybe B even, could be an option here just so they have some control. They're going to go with three brawlers that are really bad in the open map. I love to see this played out. For Esports now might go with one of those two brawlers I just mentioned. Long range is all they need to defend this one.
Base race is, guess what they're looking for, because it's clearly not defense. There's no way they're going to, in open space, use Bull and Dynamite, and they're going to add Lou. So Lou's going to do great into the Bull, taking down the hypercharge brawler on the other end. Dynamite's going to have to really pop off here. This is going to be a wide open shoot for Foot. If they can just hit shots, they're winning this. It's going to be a race to see if Humble can get to the other end, do enough damage, and convert before Foot can blink an eye.
I mean, Humble is here today and yesterday to show the best Brawl Stars they've ever showed us. I said it doesn't even matter what they're drafting. If they lose this one though, I'm gonna call them out for drafting like that.
Fair enough. I mean, it is really an interesting choice. You pick the Ems on the first, you see two wall break brawlers, and you pick two that are not going to deal with that well. And then they get Lou as an added benefit on Foot side as well. So it's about as good as you can ask for Foot. If they lose this one, Humble will more than earn it.
I mean, in the end, Humble just didn't really care what Fit Esports picks up. They had exactly the comp in mind that they want to go with, not reacting at all to whatever Fit Esports is showing up with. Lena opening up the map as he should here. Not the best breakup here on the left-hand side, but he still can open up more as soon as he gets a super, as soon as he gets a hypercharge. Rachel already super here now on a single scratch on both of those heist saves so far. Both just kind of in a standoff in mid now. Who will fall first will receive some damage onto their save.
And Foot playing an interesting game here. They're not willing to rush this. They don't need to. Their composition doesn't have the most damage onto the high safe, but a perfect freeze coming in. A nice retaliation from Lukey, and a super shot from the grave as well. Now it's just Drage standing. Could have been a lot worse for him, but they will manage this. And once again, they're going to have to rely on Drage to just get some instant damage here as Cyclone looks to flank left.
And Drage just cycling those supers, already popped his first hypercharge. Didn't take him long to get it too. But Foot Esports actually played that out to perfection, just waiting to get that first takedown and then putting everything on save they have just to get taken out in the end. Yes, but they are still in the lead for now.
Drage now getting powered up by Colonel Ruffs. A final gadget going out for Semantic here too. Again, once the damage starts piling up for Humble's side, it can really pay off. But if they get Lenon over there enough times, and if they just hold off on defense as long as they had, it's going to be nearly impossible for Humble, as Lenon doesn't even want to super for damage. He's just going to tear this map open wide, and it's just going to be a shooting session here for them. All the long-distance brawlers are benefiting right now.
Foot already in the lead right from the get-go, and that's where Humble should have shone. Now it's seemingly impossible to shine with a comp like they have in their hands with a broken up map. Drage is going to be able to cycle even more supers, and now pop the hypercharge as well, putting the rest onto save. 30 seconds left on the clock for Esports with a great lead here. Finally an opening here for Filippo, but he can't get through. Drage is cycling I would have loved to count his supers, actually.
Yeah, Bull just charging into nothingness. I mean, just an ice rink waiting for him the other side, and he's not great at skating. Warm-blooded creature not handling Lou very well here, and with 15 to go, Foot have been relentless. Now adding on to the high safe, as if they didn't need it already, the kill count dominating, the high safe count dominated. It's Foot Esports all over this composition.
Now, can I already question Humble for their draft, or is it too early?
Fair enough. I mean, that game was unbelievable from Foot. They did not let up whatsoever. Kills weren't going Humble's way. The draft, like we said, it just doesn't deal well into that wall break. And we even saw Lenon there pop a super midway through just to open up those walls. And once they tore the map down, it was free fire for them.
Esports loves to play those long-range comp, and they really make it count now. About to turn things around here. Still going to be one set down. But if they win this one as well, they're a lot closer to the win as they have been just a few seconds ago. Filippo now on the left-hand side trying to go into that pocket, trying to heal up there. Lena breaks up the map even more, getting rid of him in the making. Still great defense from Esports, and they're safe, still very healthy.
They've still been able to handle any offensive threat on the side of Humble. They're going to try and take advantage of these indestructible walls a little bit just so Bull maybe can rush to the other end. But other than that, Drage has been able to throw down the ice everywhere, covering this map with ice, tearing down these walls, and now Lenon getting a ton of work done onto the high safe here too, and still continued positioning. Filippo has to take advantage of the super. We haven't seen him do it yet.
Rage and Semantic defending, Lena and Semantic breaking up the map as quickly as possible. Rage with another hypercharge already. Great stuff coming out of him there. For Esports really makes this one count. Just defending over and over again every single time Humble shows them some aggression. It is quite an equal match here, but it doesn't really look like Humble can take this much longer as almost all of the walls are broken up now.
Issue with this Foot comp is the damage isn't necessarily there. They have to play this perfectly. If one lone Filippo gets on that high safe, they can really tear through it. Luki, of course, a great damage dealer too. Lenon just opening up these walls. Filippo finally frozen. Now Cyclone getting hit with a super, but enough to convert some damage, give them a small lead, but in return, it's going to cost them complete map control.
Nana with Hypercharge ready, just waiting to get his super, to put it on safe, to get rid of those opponents' brawlers. Rage Hypercharge as well. Looking great for Esports. Walls are broken up. Humble's comp can't do anything at this point. Filippo gets taken into Drage's super there, immediately frozen. Luke and Cyclone try desperately to defend that one, but with Lena still waiting it out for the perfect moment for his Hypercharge to pop. It's going to be surely a Foot Esports game.
30%. And Foot still need to get some work done. A little hypercharge to go down. They handle one brawler, but no connections really here for Lenon as he finally just gives up and hits that high safe. And with 20 to go, Foot have all the positioning in the world. They have a lead, and Filippo's going to have to somehow escape to this defense.
It's only a 10% lead now, even more, but 12 seconds is not going to be enough for Humble to still close the gap between themselves and to save the... I don't know, the draft really hasn't been the best here. Foot Esports taking this one with ease once again. Humble looked a bit stronger in that one, but still, it seems impossible.
Yeah, again, even on paper, this is one that we could really see getting away from them, but granted, Humble did keep it at least a little bit closer. There were times where they were able to escape into the enemy side and just get a big bang real quick, but they're gonna have to do that several times a game, and Foot are playing well enough to where they're getting those eliminations, especially when that map's tearing open. Game number 2 is a repeat of game number 1 for Bull. And maybe got 1 or 2 flashy kills in there, charged forward, but once they were really able to tear open the map, it's so predictable to just drop an ice rink on him and get the insta-freeze.
That's true. For Esports, the first ones today that take a set of Humble. The first ones this whole weekend, actually. Now, about to be the first ones to take it without dropping a single game. Drage and Lena get rid of Cyclone there. Luki, the last man standing from the side of Humble. Again, a great lead, a great start from the side of Esports. And as soon as the walls are getting broken up, what can this Dynamite really do?
Yeah, as Filippo, how on earth is he supposed to play on this left-hand side? I mean, Dynamite moving forward, looking for a stun, but a hypercharge good enough for a double kill here. Semantic follows his leader now. Drage can go for this heist if he wants. Chip damage going down, but more importantly, just handling Filippo. It's a brawler they can't let get out of their grasp, and he surely hasn't. His KD is being punished this set.
Drage again, super ready. Lena, Hypercharge ready as well, trying to get some more shots onto Filippo and Cyclone there to get it finally Filippo, Cyclone, Luki, all in one row, trying to move up now. It's really, once again, a standoff here, trying to get their supers. Filippo with Hypercharge now. Maybe he can get some damage onto Safe. Never mind, getting frozen by Drage once again. Hypercharge popped by Lena. Hypercharge ready for Drage.
Now an onslaught onto the Safe coming in from Foot. Filippo diving in, a Hypercharge in response as well. A perfect counterplay, and again, Bull rendered useless. Luki in the wide open as a thrower. Not going to be able to make any explosive plays here. It's once again Humble just sitting in spawn.
Cyclone low once again. Filippo with the super ready, trying to go in. Wasted his Hypercharge completely. Healing up with a Getcha is still not going to be enough to survive that pinch between Semantic and Drage there. 50 seconds left on the clock. A lot of damage that Humble still needs to put out onto the Safe of Foot Esports to turn things around here. Humble really can't do anything in this one.
I mean, they are just laying down fire. They're all powered up. They've got Hypercharges on their side. Wide open space. They can do no wrong right now. A smart draft really paying off for them right now, as one final freeze will connect with Pull. And I think Cyclone's just throwing in the towel. Let it rain, says Foot Esports. They are here to play. And all of a sudden, this match is looking a little bit more interesting.
3-0 within the set. Foot Esports takes it and almost equalizes the score in this one. We are in a best of 7. Whoever wins 4 wins it all and be crowned champion of the Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4. Humble still has an opportunity to get it. They already had 1 match point. Now in this one, it didn't look like they are even close to a match point.
Yeah, good thing that Humble was granted that free set, because just based on that draft, they really didn't set themselves up for success. You could see it a little bit. I mean, at best, I think they could break away and get a few individual plays, but just a Colonel Ruffs and Colt's immediate response, I feel like you can't feed into that, and Foot just kind of took advantage, and now we're going to be able to grab one for themselves too. In terms of sets played, though, it's 2-2. Foot are even with them now.
Am I allowed to call them out now?
You're allowed to. Yeah.
Humble, what are you doing, please? I didn't mind the Ems at all. Again, it is one of those brawlers that have been picked here. It was always one of the first picks as well. Either Colette or Ems mid, the 2 best brawlers. Nowadays, I don't really know about Ems. I didn't mind it though. But when your opponents are showing up with 2 brawlers that can open up the map, why in earth would you go with a tank and a thrower?
Hard to say. I mean, truly, like on paper, it really didn't make sense. On the field, it just didn't happen. And this is a team in Foot that you can't gift sets to. I know it's the Christmas season, I get it, but that's not the way to go about it. This is a team that's been phenomenal all weekend long, and they're finally starting to show cracks and making this grand finals a lot more interesting.
This man is coming up with some bangers today.
Sorry. So I get paid the big bucks. That's what we're here for.
Very true. That's why you are here, Kenny, and I love to be with you here as well. Louis is going to come out as the first pick here from the side of Foot Esports, one of the best brawlers in Heist and not banned out this time around. We do have some other Hypercharge brawlers still open. Charlie, of course, out of the way, as well as Maisie. Foot Esports really learned their lesson. It's the most picked up brawler by Humble, so you don't want to give it to them. And Colette would still be an option here. Spike as well. Both of those are picked up by Humble quite often as well. But Gray is gonna come out of Humble. And we talked about it a lot. In my opinion, the best brawler on Split, because you can always decide which side you need to be at. Do you need to defend or do you need to go in aggressively? Gray is so good here.
Yeah, having an instant avenue to get to either of those sides, especially if nobody really goes for that wall break, is such a great feature that Gray brings to the table. And also, if they want that wall break, they can go for the hook to try and get that walking cane, drag some walls out. Grand Piano if you really need it, if you feel like you just want to land some free tags. I love Lou here too, though. Again, we've mentioned it all weekend long, but just in general for Hot Zone, Lou's super covers up an entire zone. Now, obviously split a little bit different in the sense that we've got a home side and an away side, so he can't do 2 at once, but at least you can cover 1 up entirely.
In the end, we have Humble going back to the base, back to what they really excel at. It's Gray and it's Spike that we have seen so often coming out from them. Philip is so good on this brawler. Wouldn't be surprised if we even see a Stu here just to break up the map, especially now as we do see a Barley come out of the side of Foot Esports. Both kind of going with comfort picks now once again. And I do like to see that it did work out for Foot in Heist. Now let's see if it's going to work out for them just as well on Hot Zone.
Yeah, I love Barley on this map. I think just what he can bring to the table, especially if that wall break doesn't quite go through, throwing him in the mid or throwing him on that lane where they're not breaking down those walls, he's able to just lob up bottles on the other end, and they're absolutely free shots. I can't help but note, though, that Jackie just made an appearance on the map, and I feel like if they had gotten their hands on Gray Jackie, would have been devastating for the side of Foot, but they're already good with this brawler. Sometimes you need just a little bit of juice on your side in terms of a composition. So we've got our thrower, we've got Lou, who can play some great area control, and then Jackie's just going to bring the punch.
I still feel like Stu would be a great option here. Cadelius maybe one of the best brawlers to play into a Jackie, can also jump over wall and get rid of the Barley. But it's going to be a Rico instead that is also one of those brawlers that have been old meta. Split has always been Ruff's, Surge or Rico that are banned out or picked up here. So I don't mind it, but I don't know once again if it's really a good answer to what Foot is showing. Yes, it has a lot of damage output against Jackie, but against Barley it's really not the best.
Yeah, traditionally Barley is going to be somebody as a thrower that counters Rico. You do get that bounce shot, so maybe you can get some big time damage into somebody like Jackie, who's just gonna be kind of cycling in and out. Interesting choice though. Barley also gonna do well into Spike, gonna be able to get rid of that life plant easily. Gray with a TP is somebody that can do well into Barley if he's up close, but again, from a distance, if he's over those walls safely, Barley's gonna be a real threat here. I don't hate either of these drafts, to be honest with you. As much grief as we gave Humble on that last one, on paper, this one doesn't look nearly as bad, but I am still impressed with Foot nonetheless.
I think Humble really just puts everything on Cyclone to defend Lena there. They do have one tank counter, has to be enough, right? Great walking cane coming in from Luki there, breaking up the map completely on the left-hand side, which is exactly what you want to have for Esports in a slight lead there. Filippo struggles a tiny bit against Rage there on the right-hand side lane, like we predicted, but finally on the left-hand side, Lena has fallen.
And a big deal here is another Walking King goes down. The freeze not enough as Cyclone is there to rescue his teammates. Barley lobbing up some shots here, and Lenon right back to work. A big feature on this map is that home and away court. The red roster are currently working on their side, but now Filippo in position. Semantic, Drage in the wide open, not the easiest to deal with, especially when there's a TP available. Cyclone though low HP, so Foot will be able to hold off for now.
I just really feel like that Barley, in the hands of Drage especially, is shining. He has a good matchup against every single one of those. Of course, Luki can just TP onto him, but as long as Semantic and Lena are still standing and hogging the Barley side as much as they do right now, Luki can't go in there, and the other two just not the best against this brawler.
Well, Foot are going to have a small deficit to work with once Filippo claims this right-hand side. You can see a little percentage on the left that the blue side has claimed, that the red side simply did not on the right-hand end. So it's going to be a few percentage points for now going to the blue side, and Foot are just staying on defense, but they're going to have to somehow find a way onto the other end.
I feel like Rage needs to loop around once again, going onto Filippo instead of trying to defend Luke and Cyclone going in there. The other two need to stand on Rage's side to protect him. Lena now falling though, hypercharge bot by Cyclone, almost getting some more percentages in the zone, but with Semantic's hypercharge as well, they just defended that one.
Incredible save coming in from Semantic and Drage. That could have gotten out of hand very quickly. Now a pull going in from Jackie. Filippo still managing to get the kill though. Semantic dipping his toes onto this right-hand side as he leaves Drage to play defense. But now all blue brawlers alive, and they're going to be able to move in. This is going to be a problem for Drage. He can't really deal with multiple brawlers at once.
Luki finally using his teleport, first time this round, I believe. Semantic getting another Herbal Tonic coming in from Drage, looking with healthier now. Humble in the lead, but it's not a great one. Lena still standing on the right-hand side, collecting a few more percentages. It's only 3% that separates for Esports from a win here.
Kills are going to matter here. It's an objective game mode where touching down in the hot zone matters, but they can't get to the other end unless they start picking some things up. Jackie clearly in positioning, not on this left-hand side, trying to deal with Filippo here. A pull going down, but not enough. Dipping toes in, and now battling with Luki here. Semantic now making his move. They're only a percentage point down. They can smell blood. They get the insta-freeze as well. Semantic firing the long-distance shots on the Cyclone. No room for error here. Luki with the TP in, though, and this could be the clutch that they need, but not holding on as long as he can. Drage looking to play defense, successfully stops them, and Foot Esports are going to manage here in game number 1.
Came in with open doors here right away, taking the lead in this set. Humble able to turn things around midway, but not able to claim this game after all. Remind yourselves, Humble still would have the opportunity to make this set count, still would have the opportunity to get a match point, close it off on a 4-2, but they didn't really shine in the last few rounds here for Esports, claiming game after game.
If you're a Humble fan, this is where you start to get nervous. Foot with the momentum. In terms of sets played, it is 2-2. Humble had the benefit of the doubt. They get a one-set advantage automatically coming through the upper bracket. They've been undefeated all weekend, and they were rewarded for it. But Foot, still eager and ample, ready to try and take one of their own. In the face of adversity, they're handling it quite well.
Foot has been looking great in the first game. Still, they decide to turn things around here. Switching sides, Lena is now on Filippo. Can't really go in aggressively there. He will just feed Filippo super, trying to do it regardless. And Filippo gets a super. What a surprise.
They were very cautious about Luki's pull. You can see it. It was one thing that caused a lot of trouble and what gave them an early deficit in that last one. A second one connected for the walking cane from Luki. Now a super going to trip up Semantic. The needles connecting, and now Lenon there to try and rescue his teammates. As Cyclone grabs another kill, that's going to be a big pickup as well. Lenon going in, but isn't quite enough as Cyclone gets the takedown there.
Foot needs to switch lanes once again. Lena can't go up against Filippo. He's already claimed the right-hand side lane single-handedly. Humble in a great lead now. Only need the left-hand side still. Luki can't go in just yet. Straight still standing there on the side of Lena. And you can TP into Barley, but not into it. Jackie there. Cyclone now popped Hypercharge, hitting and connecting with Lena. And slowly but steadily, Humble gets back some percentages now with the left-hand side.
Foot doing a good job of holding off, but it's going to get scarier here in a moment as Luki pops the TP. An easy connection there. Drage forced to deal with all three enemy brawlers, and that's just not simply something he can do. And now Luki and Cyclone in complete control of the left hand in. Foot Esports have to play both offense and defense now.
Both teams able to claim so far the easier side, the right-hand side, where the walls are still standing, at least on the side of Foot Esports there. Humble claims a short lead here. Luki and Cyclone standing firmly in the zone, finally pushed out by Semantic. Hypercharge ready there as well. He's just waiting to get another super, waiting to get rid of Luki and Cyclone that keep pushing pressure onto that left side.
Drage is going to be a direct answer into Filippo, but a lot of percentage points already being dealt, and bouncy balls are going to connect off the wall and just make some easy tags there. Cyclone frozen though, and that life plant's not going to get him any value. A teleport over, and Luki once again putting on a clinic with this brawler. Lenon just forced a W key here. Drage is the backup lines as well. Lenon trading, and honestly, that's about as good as it's going to get for them there.
Luki teleporting in, sweeping Semantic off his suite, then getting a TP out of Lena's ways. Humble still in the lead here, and Filippo really showing us how strong Reiko still is, even in the current meta. Lena has no chance of collecting any more percentages other than just 2. And still Humble in the lead here. 12 seconds is not going to be enough for Esports to turn things around. And once again, Humble equalizing the score here also in this hot zone set.
They're not going down easily. They're so close to taking SPS Season 4. Humble now tying things up. And again, it's just a back and forth affair the whole way through. But I feel like the early start there, it was a little slow from Foot. I think they know that that walking cane is a threat and they don't want to feed into that. But at the same time, you don't want to be too reserved or else you're just going to lose out on those early percentage points.
I really didn't like the lane switch that Foot Esports had from the start of this round. Putting Lena onto Filippo really wasn't the best of choices, and they seem to have figured them out themselves. Switching lanes once again. Rage now again on Filippo. He has better chances. Barley against Reek on the right-hand side. Semantic and Lena on the left-hand side. Easily defending off Luki and Cyclone. Walking cane coming in now. Lena doesn't have any wall to hide behind anymore.
It's actually a huge walking cane as well. I know it's on the spawn side of the blue end, but now it's just a walking target for them to hit Lenon. And Drage in a tough position here too. Needles connecting, Herbal Tonic not enough, and a dominating finish there on the left-hand side as the blue roster is going to be able to claim some away turf, which is very important as Filippo's just getting the easy ones on the right.
Another Herbal Tonic popped there. Lena and Semantic trying to push in together with it. Can't really do much against Luki though, still tapping their shots. Another teleport ready as well, just waiting for any of the two falling low, or worst case, teleporting onto Drage. Cyclone popping Hypercharge and not really connecting with anyone, but still pushing them back and out of the zone. Humble claims the lead now.
Filippo's been sneaky on this right-hand end. He's just getting percentage points when he wants, and if not, he's flanking right, getting positioning, and Drage is forced to make a choice to focus the left-hand in where his teammates are struggling to stay afloat, or move to the right, try and take down Filippo. And the mind games with the great teleport on top of that, it's really difficult to play in the Humble right now.
Not even the super from Drage is enough for him to get into zone, to collect some percentages there on the right-hand side. For Esports, they claim the left one. Now they only need this right-hand side one that is heavily defended by all 3 members of Humble.
Nice life plant, but not enough there. Lenon hugging this wall. Drage there as backup. Semantic, wide open. Hypercharge connects to Luki. Easy pile up and take down. There's Filippo. Not going to be able to do enough. There's the counter play from the thrower that we're used to seeing. And it's another great matchup for him here too. Cyclone forced to dance around this. Shots being fired by Drage. Lenon there to be his bodyguard. And finally Foot are excelling with the lead.
Humble knows they still need more on the right-hand side. They need to defend Lena. They're still standing strong. Hypercharge popped as well. Cyclone can't go into Snow. He's way too low to go up against this tanky Jackie on the right-hand side. Gets taken out in the end. Lou Super coming down. But Esports claims this game in a very convincing manner. Turning things around here. The lane switch really did help them.
And now it's Humble who have to hold their breath. This is a tough situation to be here. Foot with all the momentum in the world. And they had a huge lead in that game too, and Foot clawed, scratched their way to come back up that map and get some big takedowns. Started with some Drage pickups. They finally started to own up on that left-hand side, and an interesting choice here. It's going to be a triple red roster on the left-hand side. They're trying to make the easy side even easier by just sending all of their brawlers.
Humble sitting on those 3 sets ever since we started off this finals, then losing Lost Stop and Hot Potato against Foot Esports. Foot definitely has the momentum here and they make it count. They are on set point here and about to equalize the score. Drake and Lena standing in the opponent's spawn here, trying to get rid of Cyclone and Luki that stand in their own zone now. Luki teleporting in, teleporting out, gets it just in time to evade Lena. Falling in the end though, but still collecting a few more percentages.
Drage is out of Herbal Tonics now. Even for both sides here, but finally Foot can take a little bit extra control. Those needles, though, are going to cost Jackie. She's trying to escape and barely does. Semantic with a major win on the left-hand end as well, and Foot are doubling up right now on both sides.
Luki missing a walking cane there, not something we've seen him do often in this matchup. Lena gets the double suck in and the double takedown. Cyclone and Luki both out of the way. Filippo, the last man standing, trying to go in aggressively, uses the TP to get out of harm's way there, but all of Foot is still standing in that zone. Filippo, a great super sweeps Lena. Drake and 7 HP finally falling as well, but it's only 9% that they still need.
That's a lot of Jackie HP that can just walk in there a couple times, but instead Lenon's actually going to go and play some defense here. They've already claimed this left-hand end. They wait for Drage to come back, get some area control. Filippo with the super, it will connect to Lenon, but more importantly, it did not connect to Drage. He's going to dip in for just a second. Doesn't even grab a percentage point, though. On the left-hand end, they're losing this duel. Semantic less HP, less positioning, and now if with a little bit of perfect gameplay and some luck, Humble may excel here.
Filippo and Luki show up with a great defense on the right-hand side. Cyclone standing in the left zone. It's only an 11% lead now, all of the sudden. Humble looking a lot better now. Semantic against Luki on that bottom side. Luki teleporting in, getting 1. Does he find 2? Drake surviving. Still, Humble needs to claim a few more percentages to catch up there. But Foot only need 8% still.
Humble picking a perfect time to come alive here. Cyclone surviving. Hypercharge on the ground now. Lemnon trapped, trying to pop one out of desperation of his own, and Ice Ring covering the left. Luki goes skating though, and he doesn't mind. It's wide open. Semantic racing on the other end, but it's Humble with the lead. They've lost this by a millisecond. Match point for Humble.
Foot Esports risking everything there. They knew they just need to hold a foot into this zone and they could still get it. But it was, as you said, just a millisecond that Humble was in the lead here. That's the closest hot zone game I've ever seen.
And they let it get away from them. Humble earning that game number 4 like no other game they've earned this weekend. And they still choose the same start. It's going to be Foot with an even better one. No walking cane connection, so Drage, Lenon can take advantage of this and maneuver around the map how they wish. Herbal Tonic out early. Luki says abort, we're going to the right-hand side, fellows. Does get the pickup, but it's a complete pickup of left-hand end for the red roster.
Foot Esports adapting their strategy once again, switching up the lanes. All 3 members of them on the left-hand side, claiming a few percentages there. Just handing over Filippo the right-hand side completely. Drage now trying to get rid of Filippo on the right-hand side. It's pretty equal so far. Foot Esports claims the left-hand side there, and Filippo having, again, a stroll on the right side.
And bad game for the walking canes. Not a lot of walls taken down here. You get a little bit on that right-hand side, but more importantly, on the left, Foot have complete control of the walls. Stamps the Foot down, and Jackie will hit him with the hammer there. A right-hand in, Filippo keeping the distance, struggling at times to even get in because Barley has so much area control. Luki with the TP play could make a heads-up decision here to either go for Drage or Semantic, but they have to watch out for this hypercharge because Semantic can get an insta-freeze.
And Lena's going to come back there defending Drage. Cyclone deciding to go in aggressively regardless. Does get taken out in the end. For Esports in the lead. They already claimed the left-hand side. Only 1% on the right side though. Filippo doing an amazing job at defending them.
Yeah, Filippo is going to help his team make a little bit of a comeback here. They're down a lot of percentage points, but that right-hand end is wide open. You can see that Foot really haven't claimed much on the right side. On the left, though, there's a little bit of a lead there for Humble, too, so there's definitely room to work with for the blue side.
All three members of FUT Esports again on that left-hand side. Hypercharge ready for Semantic and EUR&MENA. Hypercharge pops from Cyclone, gets rid of the tanky brawler on the side of FUT Esports. And Filippo now looping around, deciding to go in a bit more aggressively just to prevent EUR&MENA from going in. EUR&MENA with Hypercharge pop doesn't survive. The multiple launcher and the super still ready for Filippo.
Foot, no room for error now. A big pickup, but Luki there in response gets the double as well. LeNon gonna have to finish things off. Filippo has completed this right-hand end as well, and they're now gonna be down 13%. LeNon on defense, not where you want them. They need to somehow get their feet onto that right side.
Teleport in place, though. Every single time one member of Humble decides to go through, it's going to be at least 2 or 3 percentages they can snack away. Luki now gets even more. He can't be taken out just now. Lena finally looping around, getting the takedown onto him, but it's still a great lead for Humble. 20%. They are a match point.
This is getting scary. 20 seconds to go, and it could all be over. FUT Esports need to move in Season 4 on the line. $20,000 on the line, but it's 3 Humble Brawlers standing tall here. All they asked was for a trip to the big dance. The number 4 and our final seed have proven that Cinderella stories can happen. In the final chapter of Brawl Stars 2023, they emerge victorious.
Humble is going to be your Season 4 champion. Snapdragon Pro Series, all in the name of them. FUT Esports put up a fight, but it still wasn't enough.
I mean, that was absolutely huge from Humble. I mean, just on the brink of a FUT Esports comeback as well, and they managed to cut them short. One more loss, and I mean, it would have been, you know, the final set. And that is a really, really big thing to just be able to cut FUT Esports short. They just played that genuinely incredibly. Filippo and that Rico, so many close games as well, and I don't think a matchup's been more 50-50 all season.
What a grand finals. What a treat to see out the season. That series had it all. It really, really did. And that final set for me as well was the icing on the cake, because I came through with my predictions. 4-2 to Humble. My goats. We can crown a new predictions master, Trav.
Two of us, by the way, I might add.
Oh yeah, did you as well?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll share it. But did you predict the scoreline as well?
Yeah, 4-2, 4-2.
Me and Kenny.
Share the glory.
Me and Kenny all the way.
Share the glory.
It was a good run, Trav. It was a good run.
It was a good run.
I apologize, Kenny. I didn't quite catch it, but I'll happily share it. Anything to get one over on Trav. That's the most important thing. But there's the bracket to see out the day. Obviously, the closest match that we had of the day. It was a very fitting finale, Sonny.
And they gave it away as well. FUT Esports almost claiming that last set. It was only 1%, not even a half of a millisecond that FUT Esports didn't claim in the end, and they almost made it all the way to the very last set of the day. Didn't make it. I'm heartbroken, honestly, but I'm also so happy to see that FUT Esports were the ones to stand in the finals, because it would be devastating to have Humble running through like they did all weekend. And if it would have been VN Esporting in the finals, maybe it would have been another 4-0 here. It almost was as well in this one, but FUT really put a foot down and turning things around in that set. What was it, 3 and 4?
Yeah, I mean, for me, just crazy outcomes, Kenny, especially when you compare to yesterday as well, right? You know, we came in and we had some preconceptive ideas as to how things were going to go down, and I think today really just blew the expectations out of the water.
Maybe they got a good night's sleep, maybe a little reset, whatever it was. FUT were a deserving candidate to be here. They've been consistent for a lot of the second half of the season. They've been an excellent team, and as much grief as I feel like we gave them at times, whatever it was a wake-up call, and they answered that call today. They were phenomenal. That grand finals, they were down 3-0. They even had a set taken away from them in a sense because Humble earned it through the top of the bracket, and despite all of that, they kept it close. The battle was down to the very end, and I'm impressed with FUT. I think they can hang their heads up a lot higher than they could have yesterday.
I 100% agree. Trav, that series had a ton of bangers, but there was one that stood out for me, and we got it on the telestrator. You're going to take it away and toddle on over.
Yeah, I was saying, I think there was multiple moments that could have been on the telestrator in this one, to be honest with you. We did kind of have the one in Gem Grab on there to start with, but after that, it kind of got a bit... we're just looking at a fireplace at the moment, but we'll get there eventually. Change the clip here as well, if it'll let me. Where are we looking? Oh, might be loading. It might be loading. We'll see. It's uploading, so we'll just do a little...
No worries, Trav. We'll give you a little break on the sidelines until we get a clip for you. But there was, like you said, a ton of clips. I was out the back in the backstage area, just kind of constantly going through and saying, that's a clip, that's a new one, that's another clip. But for me as well, like, I mean, Brawl Ball, let's discuss that a little bit, Kenny, because that was very, very back and forth. Could have been a moment where we could consider changing the tides.
Yeah, which Brawl Ball? I mean, both of them were absolutely incredible. There were a lot of banger plays throughout all of that.
And also, Sonny, we've got to talk a little bit about Heist as well, because that was a very key moment. But actually, I think that Trav is now back.
We're live.
Sorry to cut you off, but I think he's back.
We're live. We're live, people. Wait for the camera to turn to me. Here we go. This is the moment. And I think you guys kind of expected it at the moment. Just going to highlight up here, as we always do. The percentage is 84 to 92. A little bit of a sad one for the old FUT Esports here. So close to taking it to the last set, but we see some big plays, some big movements coming down. What a super coming down from Filippo as well to push them off the zone. We do see a little bit of a super down the bottom here as well from Cyclone. Super drop down, the last core pushes them away. But at the same time, Filippo's still dominating this right-hand side, and that's the main thing. You know, his pressure here allows Cyclone and Luki to double team this side while still needing something up top here. A little missed hypercharge there from Lenane. I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed about that one, but did get a little bit of a slow effect on him at the same time. So now Semantic's kind of running around. Luki's already on it, and they just get it. Just, like you can see, it's highlighted itself here at 93 just before the FUT got on there as well. So we kind of see it ticking up slowly but surely, the tiniest little bit, tiny bits. And it is a humble victory. Devastating for FUT Esports, because that would have meant, as you can see, it had gone to that set number 7. God, it's weird saying that, but it had gone to set 7, and anything could have happened from that point onwards.
By a sheer sliver. An absolutely incredible moment. For me, one of the best moments we've had all season long. And what better time for it to be in the grand finals? Well, now we got ourselves a treat. We've got an interview lined up with, I believe, Filippo from Humble. I'm going to go down the line, ask a couple of questions. I cannot wait to get him on the line. And for the first time, actually, I've never spoken to Filippo. And it's actually Cannon as well.
It's not Filippo.
No worries. It's going to be Cannon. Great to see you again, Cannon. It's been a while. Congratulations, first and foremost, on a fantastic victory. I got to start off and ask the question, because this season, you look like a different team. What did you guys do between Season 3 and Season 4? Because it was a night and day difference.
We did a lot of preparations before games, and during games we just tried to keep our mental up and stay positive throughout. And same with scrims. Scrims were going very well, so we were very positive going into the finals. And yeah, congrats to me and my team.
Well, I'm going to have to ask the question about Filippo, because obviously the addition of him to the roster has been a huge, huge addition to your team in general. How did you go about picking him out? What made him special for your, at least, sight to be picked up?
So we thought that his playstyle was very methodical and strategical compared to the usual mechanical type of player, although he has really good mechanics as well. But he's just very calculated in his plays, and we thought that he was a good fit into our team, both culture-wise, gameplay-wise, and yeah.
What was your strategy going into this weekend? You were shining with your drafts all weekend, and then you also have to explain that hot potato draft to me, please.
Lots of prepping, lots of looking at enemy teams. Everyone hasn't really scrimmaged much the past few weeks after Worlds, so we had to go back and look at historical data. And hot potato draft, I don't want to blame anyone, but the blue pick wasn't my suggestion. We could have definitely drafted better there. But yeah, the rest of the sets, all the other maps were pretty decently drafted, I think.
I mean, forgiven. You guys ultimately got the job done. I wouldn't be too hard on yourselves here. We were maybe even a little harder than we probably should have been too.
No.
But nonetheless, you all did something different this weekend. This is the first big win. You guys have come so close. So tell me, what made this weekend different to the regular season, the past season, even the regular season alone? You guys were the 4th team in terms of seeding. You guys were the Cinderella story. What gave you all the confidence to just charge through this weekend?
Like I said, scrims were going really well. We were winning them pretty one-sidedly, and we came into the weekend with a very good mentality, knowing that we could beat everyone, especially since we beat the other teams during the regular season. And yeah, that's it.
Well, Cannon, some great words from yourself, and I won't pry and ask about the roster and whether you're going to stick together for next year, but I thoroughly hope so because you've been so entertaining. Your gameplay this season has excelled, and a thorough congratulations to you all. You are the Season 4 Snapdragon Pro Series champions. Go out and celebrate. You've earned it, and we hope to see you again next year just doing what you do because, again, it has been so enjoyable to watch, and we'll no doubt see you back in Brawl in 2024.
Thank you. See you guys.
Some fantastic words there, Trav. And, you know, again, going back, rewinding to the very start of the season, who could have imagined that this would be that, as Kenny perfectly put it, Cinderella story for Humble?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. After a really disappointing LCQ for them, straight into the challenge season, and they were looking good. They beat the teams who kind of gave them the head-to-head to be able to qualify in the first place, right? Because 4 and 3, the only team on 4 and 3, they had to have those head-to-heads, and they were the first team guaranteed to be heading to the challenge finals as well. So clearly, I think the advantage was that they didn't have to kind of focus on world finals, that kind of thing as well. But I think their gameplay this season has genuinely just been really incredible. As you mentioned, it's so entertaining to watch.
Yeah, some great drafts as well, so some great choices, aside from maybe the hot potato incident, but we'll look past that. Yeah. But nonetheless, some brawlers that have shown up a great deal and some that were banned a great deal also. Let's take a look at some of the top picks and bans, and you can give us your thoughts along the way as to whether it lines up with your expectations.
I mean, Humble really had what it took to make those brawlers work. As Kenan said, he just went back to old seasons. They didn't really scream a lot, he even said, which is very impressive that they still come out on top and bring out all of those old meta brawlers like the Maisie, like the Ems, not showing up, at least the Ems is here, but Cordelius, Nani, Grey, Spike, it's all of the same all over again. Eve's mainly showing up probably because of, what was it, Foot Esports picking her up time and time again, VN as well, Ruffs and Bustard, and just, yeah, a lot of those brawlers were already the best ones yesterday, now there too.
Some of the bans as well, Kenny, as I know you love your stats. Talk us through some of these.
I'm a little bit of a nerd. I just did some quick math, though, so it seems we had 31 sets. We'll count that. Charlie dictated that. 100% ban rate. You already know. So 31's what we had today, guys. Good to know. But no, despite that, you know, honestly, some surprising bans coming in here a little bit, too. I know Chuck's good. I feel like that's going to be a lot of dictation by game mode for somebody like him. Heck, Barley even cracking our top 8 here. Piper in there as well. We've got our hypercharge candidates as well. Brawlers like Lou and Colette, no surprise to me. And Cordelius is one that I'm still going to continue to be a fan of, especially in this meta. You see a little bit of a drop-off, of course, between Charlie, who was undefeated, Lou, and then a little bit of Cordelius and kind of just a pack there. But it makes sense to me that Cordelius kind of leads that charge.
Yeah, I think that's a good representation of the current meta, actually. We had Brawl Talk yesterday. Who knows what's going to be coming up next in terms of balance changes, but I think it's safe to say that a lot of those heavy hitters in those bans might get a little tweak here and there. But nonetheless, what a season it has been. It has been so thoroughly enjoyable, and the gameplay has been next level. I've loved the fact that this season has been so unpredictable in that sense. So be sure to go over to our socials and check us out over on X and Facebook at ESL Mobile, on Instagram at ESL_mobile, and of course over on Discord, discord.gg/the Snapdragon Pro Series, without the and make sure as well to go and look back at all the best moments from today, and of course congratulate our Season 4 champions over there. But again, that is where you can keep up with all the latest and greatest here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, which leads us to then our final thoughts. I mean, Trav, yesterday, you told us you loved us. I don't know how you're going to top it this time.
How about tell I hate you all?
Wow.
That's how we...
Wow.
Would that top it? Would that top it, huh?
Wow, unbelievable. Wow. We'll get to Sunny as well in just a minute. I want to also just jump in and say a huge thank you as well to all of our partners here at the Snapdragon Pro Series, because we could not do it without each and every one of you. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, of course, Samsung Galaxy, DHL, and Monster Energy for all the support all year long. Thank you from the bottom of all our hearts, because it goes such a long way. For the studio, for the level of gameplay we're able to bring to the viewers, it would not be possible without each and every one of you. So thank you very much from all of us here at the studio. Of course, Sunny, we'll pick up with you. Final thoughts for the day?
We're missing Barney at the moment. Banks is not here to host, but Ark has been a very good replacement. I have to say, Ark is doing a fantastic job at hosting, usually Oshla Cost, we all know him. I'm really honored to be here next to Drake.
Whoa.
God.
I just said Rage.
I don't lose. I don't lose.
I have the Dragon and Kenny here on my side. It's been a blast to cast with you guys today. I had a lot of fun. Yesterday was an even longer day, and it went through in like 3 seconds. I really felt like today, oh, it's like 9 o'clock, right? Actually, it was midnight when we ended the show. So yeah, which is a good sign, right? So thank you to everyone that is here. Thank you to ESL and Snapdragon that is covering all of this. And yeah, what is there more to say than also to thank our viewers?
It's hard not to get emotional. I mean, this is the end of 2023, and what a great chapter to end it on. It's been a privilege to obviously come over here a few times in the past couple seasons to be a part of it, so thanks for letting a humble US man just travel over here and be a part of this lovely studio. To all the fans at home that powered through us too, absolutely. I mean, this would not be possible without you all, so wouldn't be about you all, wouldn't be without my great teammates. It's been a heck of a year, guys.
Yeah, honestly, it's been a pleasure and a privilege, guys. I mean, we would have thought that maybe at least Kenny would get his baggage on the final. It didn't happen, but we'll get there, Kenny. One day we'll get there. But honestly, it's been a journey, guys, and it wouldn't be the same without each and every one of you here. I've had an absolute blast, and I'm sure everyone at home has here as well. And of course, got to give a huge shout out to ESL as well, because honestly, backstage, they are working tirelessly. It's such an enjoyable working environment, isn't it? It's so vibrant. Everyone behind the scenes is just doing their bit, and for all of us here, you know, it's just been the most enjoyable of years, at least certainly for me, and I know that you'll all agree as well. So yeah, big shout out to everyone at ESL as well. And yeah, I mean, that's very bittersweet. I mean, we've had such an incredible season, but we are drawing it to a close, and yeah, that is going to be it from us here. We have to do one last thing. We got our stockings still to wear. So you know, we've got that to look forward to in just a minute. I can see Spike. It's gonna lead us over. So without further ado, from myself, from Trav, from Sonny and Kenny, it's goodbye for now. Come on, guys.
I love this.
Jealousy's walking with his hand.
Maybe a little bit, actually. Thank you. Oh. Let me get in there.
Thank you. Thank you for the help.
Thank you, thank you. Dziękuję bardzo.
Well,
what you got, mate?
It's like a food product.
oh my gosh.
Oh.
Goodies! Yeah, you deserve that.
That's all that Trev's gets.
Saying he hates
Oh, it's like a gingerbread man.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Ooh.
Did you not get oh, there's
I did. Don't worry. I haven't been that bad. I haven't been that bad, actually.
Are you sure? Mine's a bigger one than Trev's. I win. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye, everybody.
Got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. coach, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This